Everyone, we will call to order the August 11th, 2022 meeting of the St. Petersburg City Council. Could we start with the roll call, please?
Floyd,
Here.
Curtis,
Here.
Gabbard, Montanari,
Here.
Hanowitz,
Here.
Nick Sanders,
Here.
Driscoll,
Here.
Rilla Bowman.
Thank you. For our invocation today, Council Member Deborah Fig Sanders will be providing that invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Will everyone please join me in standing?
Thank you, Chair. As we come together here today, collectively seeking guidance and direction, we thank you that even though we have our own idea of how our life, our communities, our city should look, often setting out according to our plans, that your ultimate purpose will always prevail. We ask that you prompt us when we set out to make plans, that we make them according to your will and not our own. We ask that you remind us to come alongside you as we surrender every detail to fulfill your greater purpose. Please align our hearts with yours, our ideas with yours, and our will with yours. For your ways are higher than ours and your plans are greater than ours, and nothing is impossible with you. Lead us every step of the way. We thank you for giving us what we need the most. Often we think we need knowledge, wealth, or happiness, when what we really need most is wisdom. Thank you for loving us so much that you've given wisdom generously and without finding fault. Thank you for all assembled here as we pray that that you hear each heart, protect our thoughts, and fulfill our needs. As we ponder our own situations, please let us remember and pray for those whose situations we may not understand. We take this moment to pray for the teens who lost their lives this past weekend, and we say their names: Soraya Brown and Bryce Lewis. We honor lives lost, the families and the friends who mourn them, and all who serve and call this city home. It is not the titles we wear, but the lives we touch. Let us continue to be our brothers and sisters' keeper. Thank you for your mercy, abundance, blessings, and grace. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Councilmember Fig Sanders, for that beautiful and touching invocation. Sometimes the right words come to us at exactly the perfect moment. Council members, we have an agenda before us for today's meeting. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve today's agenda. Mr. Clerk, did you get that? All right. If you could please open the machine for voting. I don't have.
Not working.
Oh, you switched one.
I'll switch.
Gotta be a righty.
I'm left-handed.
I know, that's
This is
all right.
gonna be a weird one. Seeing that all council members have voted, will the clerk please tally and announce the votes?
Chair, the motion to approve the agenda passes.
Thank you. We have no consent agenda for today, so we'll go to open forum.
If you wish to address City Council on subjects other than the public hearing or quasi judicial items listed on the agenda, please sign up with the clerk. Only the individual wishing to speak may sign the open forum sheet. Only city residents, owners of property, business owners in the city, or their employees may speak. All issues discussed on the open forum must be limited to issues related to the City of St. Petersburg government. If you are speaking to an item on the agenda, you may only speak once during the open forum or when the item comes up on the agenda. In order to provide an opportunity for all citizens to address council, each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak, and after which the microphone will be muted. If you wish to address city council through the Zoom meeting, you must use the raise hand feature button in the Zoom app or enter *9 on your phone at the time the agenda item is addressed. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and asked to state your name and address. At the conclusion of your comments or when you reach the 3-minute time limit, you will be muted. All raised hands will be lowered after each agenda item. Regardless of the method of participation used, normal rules apply, including the 3-minute time limit on comments, the requirement that any presentation materials must be submitted in advance of the meeting, and the rules of decorum. If live
concern. As a property owner and a long-term landlord, I feel the city is being reactive to a problem and not proactive to a problem. It appears that the city is not taking into consideration what we as property owners are truly dealing with and why we have a need to increase our rents, not a want. The city, you guys increased our water bill in 2020, December, in December of 2021. And now 10 months later, you're going to do it again in October. Our taxes go up 10% every year because we're not homesteaded. Inflation has gone crazy. I read this morning in an article where Tampa Bay is at 11.5, 11.2%. The rest of the country is at 8.5. Paint alone has gone up 25% in less than a year. I've noticed that the city wants to put caps and rent control on what we're doing and the income that we're getting. But I don't see any intention that the city has with capping anything else, no other businesses. And I can't understand why. Why are we not putting a cap on other businesses? We're going to put a cap on property owners, on landlords, on our income. The problem that the city is facing is not that the landlords are greedy. The problem that the city is facing is supply and demand. I was here a couple of months ago because the city made an error and took away one of my units. All of my units are workforce housing. All of my tenants pay below market or below workforce housing. The city has decided it would be better to remove one of the units and pay me to convert it into a 2-bedroom rather than to have 2 separate units at the city's cost because it was a city error. It doesn't make any sense to me. There are literally hundreds of illegal Airbnbs in the city. Any one of you, if you want to pull up your phone right now and put an Airbnb in St. Pete, you'll see hundreds of them. The city is doing nothing to go after these owners. There's hundreds of long-term rentals that are short-term Airbnbs. We don't have a lack of hotels. There are plenty of places for them.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. My name is Reverend Ben Atherton Zeman. I live at 3680 42nd Way South, apartment 58L. I'm also the minister of the Unitarian Universalist Church a block away on Mirror Lake. And first, I want to thank the City Council for your service. It's my second time at one of your meetings. I was here last week when we honored the Coast Guard and so much else was happening. I appreciate your service to the community. Like the previous speaker, I am also a landlord. My wife and I are renting our house in Massachusetts to tenants while we in turn rent an apartment here in St. Petersburg. So if rent control was passed there, it may be more difficult for Lucinda and me to pay our bills. But I'm here to let you know that's all right with us. We're among the many landlords who support rent control. Lucinda and I both have full-time jobs, and although we do struggle with several health concerns, it's nothing like the struggles faced by so many in this room and by so many outside, so many who are unhoused, so many whose rents have gone up so drastically in such a short time, so many who live in their vehicles that I met both last night and last week when folks were staying overnight, and some who don't even have a vehicle to live in. My church and my denomination believe in the inherent worth and dignity of all beings, and we believe that we are all interconnected. Thus, I'm here not out of charity, but out of solidarity and out of a sense of connection. I am connected to everyone in this room, including those who are unhoused, and I'm connected to the people who sleep on Mirror Lake that I see every day outside my church, and so are you. My church and my denomination believe also in the right of the democratic process, so I urge you to declare what is so obvious to me and to so many others in this room, that the housing situation in St. Petersburg is indeed a state of emergency. Please do the right thing and let us vote on it. Please allow rent control to be placed on the ballot. Even though it might hurt me as a landlord, I'll still vote for rent control because it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next two speakers will be coming out of Zoom, Madam Chair. Eileen Carey. Eileen, once you come into the meeting space, please state your name and address for the record. Unmute yourself and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council. Eileen?
Good afternoon. My name is Eileen Carey. I live at 5320 10th Street North. I am in front of you today asking you to put rent control on the ballot here in St. Pete. You all know what is right, and I'm asking you to do what's right. I understand that there are some of you that are concerned about the uncertain future ahead if you choose to pass this. But that's okay to not be sure of what's coming next. That's how all of us who are renters in St. Pete feel. We're unsure about the day that our landlord is going to call and tell us that our rent has been raised hundreds, if not $1,000, like all of our friends have been. It's terrifying to live in that uncertainty. And so we're asking you for a term of 1 year to give some relief to renters here in St. Pete. It's not a forever fix. It's a short-term solution for a year. It's not going to hurt the corporations more than not doing this is going to hurt the people of St. Pete. Please make the right choice. Please hear the folks who are in front of you today and give a 1 year respite. Allow for the democratic process to happen and for us to be able to make the decision. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Chair, is Shelby Smith. Shelby, once you enter into the meeting space, please unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council. Shelby? Shelby? Please unmute yourself. Want to go to the next Zoom speaker, Madam Chair?
Okay.
Then we'll go back to the. You there, Shelby?
We go back to her.
Billy Bronca, please, once you enter the meeting space, please state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes to address city council. Billy?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Please state your name and address for the record.
Awesome. I'm Billy Bronca. I live at 2640 54th Avenue South, 33712. I'm attending this meeting to urge our council members to allow rent control to be placed on the ballot to allow democracy to take its course in St. Pete. I'm a member of the community who lives in the zip code 33712, so that's one of 2 zip codes that have the highest rate of evictions and lowest incomes in our city. As you can probably guess, those zip codes are also disproportionately representative of Black, Latinx, Indigenous, and otherwise marginalized people. Our community is one that has been systemically assaulted by St. Pete's repeated a failure to protect our most vulnerable populations from the landlords and corporations who are actively preying upon us. The city council has demonstrated lack of interest, and this is not only insulting to our humanity, but it is also morally unconscionable and the foundation of their very role in our community. City council members are not supposed to be a board of all-powerful feudal lords undemocratically dictating just how much suffering we should undergo in the interest of your own and your friends' personal financial interests. This is a representative council, and you are expected to represent us, the people. Again, we have come to appeal to your higher selves. Again, we have come to remind you of the spirit of democracy upon which your position is founded. In many of your comments, both recently and over the past months, I have heard you weigh in on your personal feelings around whether the flood of people requesting rent control measures are legitimate, pressing, or real enough. Before this vote, I think it is overwhelmingly necessary to remind you that your own ideologies are irrelevant, particularly because you are not members of the communities who are dying by your hand. The voice of the people calls upon you to do what we hired you to do, not to pander to us or manipulate us or ignore us in favor of your own financial interests. All we are asking for today is the right to vote on a measure that affects us. It feels surreal and almost insane to say this out loud, but we all ask for nothing more than the opportunity to engage in democracy in our own city. We ask for the workers' right to vote. Thank you for your time. Workers of the world unite.
Next 2 speakers in the chamber is Rissa Ray and Tasco Cole. I received cards from each one of you and you signed the sheet. Did you want to speak now in the open forum? Yes. Okay. Tasso, T-A-S-O? T-A-R-O? Okay. Arrow.
State your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes to address council.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Rissa Ray. My address is 2834 11th Avenue North. And I kind of just wanted to, first of all, point out that I need an address to even testify here about a housing issue. So our unhoused people can't apparently say anything. The other thing I would like to say is I'm a lifelong resident. So are both of my parents. You may have seen my father's downtown guided map, your favorite business listed. You may have been around for his parents' similar publications. My mother may have helped your loved one die in hospice. You may have come to one of my yoga classes. Some of you may remember me from talking to you with St. Pete Supports Arts before you were elected last year about a guaranteed income program for artists. And, but I'm going to speak from a personal place here today because I can't afford to live in this city anymore. And my boyfriend and I were just kicked out of our apartment and haven't been able to find a place to live. We're staying between my mother and my grandmother's house in the time being while we search. And I am in favor of rent control. I would love to be able to vote on it on the November ballot. I am also in favor of social housing, a social housing solution like they have in Vienna. 60% of the housing there is owned by the city and provided at a sliding scale. And it's been around through recessions and depressions and world wars. It's successful. There is no alternative to the increasingly unaffordable market solutions. And I also see this as a comparison between levels of harm. Okay, so some people want their investments, say residents, to keep providing income and an increasing income, and then others are facing homelessness. So the level of harm it's a level of magnitude difference. A housing crisis is usually followed by a homelessness crisis, is usually followed by a policing crisis. So I know this city loves visitors, but I would love for this city to remain a nice place to live so that we can continue to welcome visitors and not a place of violence and poverty. And I guess that's all I have to say. Social housing and rent control, please.
My name is Tara Cole. I live at 2640 54th Avenue South. I slept out in the rain last night, and I would have stayed all night if the police didn't ask us to leave and threaten us with arrest and threaten a religious leader with arrest. It's pretty deplorable. And we know that the mayor sent them and that they were doing y'all's bidding. That's not what I want to talk about. I actually want to make my comment addressed to Brandy Gabbard. Brandy, I went to Pride and I had the time of my life, but I saw you there. And I ask, are you a member of our community? Or are you an ally? Because I want to see all of you there. I want to know that you guys are on our side. But supporting the queer community is so much more than marching in the parade and throwing beads and taking part in our joy. It's supporting us through the worst of what this country does to us, which it forces us into houselessness, it forces us into poverty, it forces us into dangerous situations. This housing crisis affects everybody, whether it's affecting your pockets or whether it's affecting us, from not going homeless. It affects us all. And I ask that you don't wait until it affects your brother or your sister or your children or your grandchild or your grandma or your sibling or your friends or your family or your mailman, right? Any of the people in your community. I ask you not to wait until it gets personal, because if you're an ally and if you truly represent the interests of the people that you serve and that you are elected to represent, then you need to be proactive. Someone said that this was a reaction to a crisis. I disagree. I think that, Brandy, you have the chance to show some integrity. If you want to march in our parade, you need to march behind us when we ask you desperately what we need, which is a safe roof over our heads. The people that are the most disproportionately affected by the housing crisis are people of color. Even worse than that is people of color who are also trans, especially those who are queer. The Black trans women in America, including St. Petersburg, Florida, are at the most risk, and we have several of them. 33712 is my zip code. I live in that community. My neighbors are Black families, Black elders. There are a couple people that look like me, but for the most part, I'm surrounded by people that don't look like me, the people of color. And there's a lot of queer people in my neighborhood as well, and we need you. So if you don't vote yes, I ask that you abstain. And if you don't vote yes or abstain, I ask that you do not come back to Pride, because you are not on our side and we don't want you there. I yield.
Mr. Clerk, do we have more speakers on Zoom?
The
We could
next
try the, yeah, go ahead.
Next two speakers, Christy Hickman. Christy, once you enter into the meeting space, please unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council. Christy?
Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Christy Hickman, and my address is 18907 Fisherman's Bend Driveway. First, I want to thank you for the opportunity to address the City Council. I have been in property management for 22 years. All of that has been in this region. I'm currently overseeing 2 apartment communities, one of which is in St. Pete. I have my family here, including 2 young ladies that are now renters. This is my home, my community, just like everyone else is here. This meeting is to talk about rent control. A good part of the reason we're having this discussion is because last year, the cost of housing, all housing, not just apartments, went way up. I think all of us in the housing industry were really surprised by that. It seems to me that a lot of people are still thinking the rental market today is the same as it was last year, and that's not the case. I've been watching our rental rates very closely, and because of lower demand, our renewal offers are 16% less than last year. My company has 12 apartment communities throughout this region, and all of them are seeing the same similar declines. I also keep really close tabs on our competitors, and what I'm saying What I'm seeing now is 3 out of 5 major competitors to my property in St. Pete are now offering concessions. 2 of them are offering free rent and 1 is offering reduced move-in fees. These kinds of concessions were unheard of last year. They're also a clear sign that the market is changing, and it's changing in the favor of our renters. This change in the market is not because of some government mandate. It is because that's how the market works. There are ups and downs based on supply and demand. Government price control will distort the market. Rent control is a bad idea no matter when you try to implement, but it really makes no sense when the market is already cooling. In fact, we have seen how rent control in other parts of the country cut off housing supply. If there's less supply into a market that's already cooling, guess what? The market will not be cooling anymore. Rent control is a wrong move for St. Pete, and it certainly hurts renters. My daughters should have more rental housing options in the city, but with rent control, they will have fewer. Please do not pass it. Thank you again for your time.
Do we have anyone else on Zoom?
Yes. Next speaker, Melissa Holmes. Melissa, once you enter into the meeting space, please state your name, full address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council. Melissa?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi there, my name is Melissa Holmes. I live at 3062 Beach Boulevard South. I am a property manager. I have been for the past 10 years. I actually have lived in Portland, Maine, where they have implemented rent control. So I have experienced it over the last 3 years, and I can tell you that it is not the answer. Unfortunately, what ends up happening is property owners are forced to sell their buildings. Landlords have needs for CapEx renovations. A lot of landlords actually purchase buildings that are somewhat dilapidated and have commitments to the bank to have a certain debt service income ratio. So what ended up happening in our scenario is we put in money into increasing, the community, increasing sort of dilapidated housing. And what happens is we're unable to recoup these costs. So then we become in default of our loans, forced to sell these properties for less than what they're actually worth. So it also simultaneously drives down the value of the market in general. So when we sold these buildings, new owners cared less about the tenants and legally were able to evict all of them and kick them out for a 5% increase to rent. So it's a negative impact for not only landlords, but tenants as well. It also is going to lead to increased rent no matter what. No longer will a landlord go several years without increasing rent. They're going to apply the allowed increase every single year in an attempt to reduce the discount that they receive relative to the market levels. They're stuck at low levels simply for being decent landlords to long-term tenants. And we see this happen every single month. It also is going to lead to less investments in buildings, deterioration of property values versus the status quo, both for apartment buildings and neighboring single-family homes. And if poorly implemented, a cessation of new apartment construction, further reducing the supply as rental units are converted to condominiums. We've seen this time and time again. It is not good for the renters. I really ask you to please study alternatives to help tenants without implementing rules that distort incentives to the point of St. Petersburg housing problems continue for years to come. There's lack of affordable housing market, which is market failure. Governments are essential to solving such problems. Higher property taxes to fund new construction would be less disruptive than rent control. Government-sponsored construction, providing incentives to landlords to come in or developers to come in and provide new opportunities for housing. Those are some of the answers, but rent control is not. I urge you guys to study into this further and really see how it's affected other parts of the country.
Thank you.
Evelyn Long and Lex Marcini.
Good afternoon, City Council and members of City Council and people of St. Pete. My name is Evelyn Long, and I live at 345 Fifth Avenue North, a Terrier Properties unit. I am 21 years old, and I am a bartender living here in St. Petersburg. I was recently hit by a car downtown, and I now struggle from debilitating chronic pain, but I still work 40 hours a week on my feet and an additional 20 freelance writing. I spend 10 hours a week feeding the homeless residents of St. Pete, and I also attend school at USF. I work, and I still struggle to make rent. I still fear I will be priced out of my own home. What's wrong with this picture? Why are working people forced to sleep in front of City Hall to be noticed, only to slug off to work and hope their cries for help were not ignored? I want to urge you today to vote in favor of putting the matter of rent control on the ballot. The tenants of St. Petersburg, the workers of St. Petersburg, the lifeblood of St. Petersburg are in a serious crisis, as you can see. Despite my young age and college education, I am faced with a possibility of eviction, homelessness, or displacement due to the exorbitant rent increases that have taken place over the past few months and years. Please listen to the people. We will not stop demanding our right to safe and affordable housing. This is democracy. We demand our right to democracy. We deserve the right to vote. I don't care if you don't agree with this. Your job is to enable people to vote for themselves, to allow democracy to take place. Let the people vote on rent control if you have any respect for the duty you have promised to fulfill. And to all the landlords in this room, I find it despicable that you would look in the face of people that are suffering, people that are terrified, and mobilize against them. But the people united will always win. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lex Mancini. I live 111 6th Avenue North. I think it is clear you've seen that people are struggling greatly, and you've heard many stories both this week and last week. One of those stories being my own. I'm a St. Pete local, born and raised. I am a USF St. Pete alumni and a working class member of society. You've heard my story. You've heard how I am being forced out of the only community I've ever known. A similar story to those of my peers and fellow citizens. I think the fact that this is a housing emergency goes without saying, but I have a hard time understanding why, as a democratic society, the fact that rent control needs to be on the ballot is even up for debate at this point. Your role as a council member is to represent the people of your city. We elected you to do so. If we say, let us vote on this issue, it is your responsibility to let us. We aren't asking you to make a decision on whether or not there should be rent control in the city. It is not your decision to make individually. It is all of ours together. The whole point of the United States is democracy. No matter if we agree or not on this issue, we can agree that this country is based on democracy and having a choice, having the right to vote. If we don't have that, then what do we have? Please put rent control on the ballot and defend our right to democracy. Thank you.
We have two more Zoom speakers, Madam Chair. You want to move forward, or you want to wait to the second half?
If we can, I think we just have a few more, right, for open forum.
We have two in Zoom and about 5 in the chamber. So it's a total of 7. Make that 8.
We'll keep going.
Next two Zoom speakers, Jessica Ellison. Jessica, once you enter into the meeting space, please unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council. Jessica?
Hi there, I am unmuted now, I believe. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you very much. I am a St. Pete resident. I have lived here for the past 3 years. I am fortunate in that I have a very good job. I work for the fintech industry, and I moved here from the city of San Francisco, where there is an actual complete and total housing crisis. My experience in San Francisco was that my peers, people between the ages of 30 and say 50, Many of us would have to live together with roommates. There would be like 4 to 5 roommates in a house of our age group because housing prices were so expensive that is what we had to do. And we're talking people who make over $100,000 a year were forced to live in these conditions. Now, since the pandemic, the tech population has been pushing to other areas like Texas, which is also now facing a housing crisis and a property increase issue now that has been forced on it because of its lack of rent control. Now, this has made people's property values go up, of course, and now property owners can ask for more money. But is that right that they should be able to do that? As I said, I've been here for 3 years, and in those short 3 years, the amount of money that I pay for the rental that I have has gone up about 30%. And that is a huge jump from 1 year to 3 years later. Now, if we end up creating a housing, if we make a limit on the housing, we are not going to stop building. We're not going to stop people moving to St. Petersburg. There may be plenty of spaces, but really, how much are those places costing? Are we talking about the places that are available to the 1%, maybe the 10%? Because when I look around at my community, I can see that the homes that are available to people who don't make as much as, say, I do, they, in fact, are having a very hard time finding a place to live, much less a place that they can live on their own without roommates. And we really can't have that for people who are less fortunate and people who have, let's say, mental disabilities that might be ably challenged. We really need to give people the respect of and the support of their entire community to be able to live in the way that is respectful. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker in Zoom and the other remaining Zoom speakers will have to speak at the second portion of open forum. All right, Shelby Smith, once you enter into the meeting space, please unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council. Shelby?
Hello, can you hear me? My name is Shelby Smith.
Yes, we can hear you. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Shelby Smith. I've lived in St. Petersburg all my life. I currently live at 4542 30th Avenue North in St. Pete. What I'm hearing is a lot of the complaints of these landlords is that they might have to sell a home or one of their assets as the worst case scenario to make up revenue, and out of fear of having rent control, even though we're only asking for the opportunity to vote on rent control. I wanted to offer a different perspective. I work at our closest level 2 trauma center in downtown Bayfront. At the hospital, we see a darker side of the housing crisis. What I wanted to explain is that a lot of people are on fixed incomes, and I'm sure you've heard this before. And when your rent goes up $200, like my coworker's mother, who's 81 on medication, her rent went up $200, which doesn't seem like a lot to most landlords or us, but she has to choose between food, medication each month. And what happens with our diabetic patients is that it causes them to go into DKA. So we get these repeat patients in our ER and diabetic ketoacidosis who are going in organ failure because they're rationing their insulin because they can't afford it between that and the rent and the cost of living here. And it's really upsetting to see that every shift. And on top of that, and this is not to sound extremely dark, but I work really closely with our worst trauma scenarios, and we have a lot of attempted suicides due to their housing situation being the breaking point in their issues, and it sends people over the edge. And it's extremely heartbreaking to see this every shift in our ER, and people's chief complaint saying that they feel that there's nothing left to live for if they don't have that house they're afraid to go into shelters, they're afraid to live on our streets. I mean, if anyone would be. We're exposing people to new levels of poverty and scarcity and vulnerability, and it's extremely traumatic, and it is a housing crisis, and that's why we need to declare a housing emergency. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Mr. Clerk, if there are speakers on Zoom who want to speak on the item, I don't know if you have a way to communicate with them and let them know. You might have to figure out who needs to wait until closing the open forum and then who can speak on that item. Meanwhile, are we going back to our in person? Great. Yep.
Sherry Maldonado, Sherry, and Jordan Egg.
Hello, my name is Sri Maldonado. I live at 4832 18th Avenue North. I've never talked to something like this before. I've been a resident of Pinellas County for over 20 years. I lived in St. Pete for 7 years. And 5 years ago, my husband and I were lucky enough to purchase a home here. I don't pay rent. I don't have to worry about a landlord raising my rent. But this is a dire situation that affects everybody. It's affecting my friends, my family. Zillow and investors have come in. They've bought and resold our homes to the point that families like mine who could have purchased a home can no longer afford to purchase one. We have people flooding in from California and other states where here is cheaper and they work from home, and they can afford the prices. But what about the people who live here? The people who serve your dinner at the next Asian fusion, restaurant downtown, or they deliver your mail, they collect your trash, they teach your children. Where would they be living, or where are they living? And where would I live if I was in their situation? I did a search for a place that could house my family, and the cheapest one would be over 40% of my family's net income. And that was the cheapest one. Most of them were 50 or 60% of what my husband and I take home. That's little insanity. Landlords are raising prices not because they have to, it's because they know they can. There's nothing stopping them. My mother's landlord raised her rent $200 last year, and they raised it $200 again this year, adding to a 30% increase in her rent in the last 2 years. My husband and I, we own a mixed martial arts academy here in St. Pete. One of our students lives with his brother and another roommate in a 1-bedroom apartment. 3 grown men share a 1-bedroom apartment. One of our assistant coaches has a wife, 3 kids. Where he lives, his AC breaks regularly. There's other repairs that need to be done to the house, but he stopped asking his landlord to fix these things because the last 2 times he talked to him, he basically threatened that he was going to sell the place, and he refuses to sign a year lease or anything longer. So they're on month to month waiting till they get the phone call that, hey, you got to get out, you and your 3 children and your family. I have another friend who, after moving from couch to couch, looking for another place to live, now is renting Airbnbs in the area that are running specials because it's the only way he can have a place that's not a friend's couch. And these are just the few people that I know. This really is a crisis. And, the one Zoom lady said that we should be doing other things. It's an issue, but the city, you guys haven't done much to give us other options for affordable housing. Something has to be done. And I just ask that you let us vote and let the people decide what needs to happen right now to deal with the situation until other things can be done. Thank you.
Hi, sorry, excuse me. My name is Jordan Egg. I live on 2640 54th Avenue South. I've lived in the Tampa Bay area my whole life. I've seen it change as I grew up, and I've seen the toll it's taken on locals and newer residents alike. I want to begin by saying that I don't think the real estate industry is inherently evil. I have friends and family who are in real estate and are real estate agents that genuinely care for the community and the people in it. And some are here because they believe that that care should be affordable. I do, however, think that the ability of real estate investors to monopolize and profit off those who cannot afford to buy a home is actually evil. My mother passed away 8 weeks ago today after a long battle with lung cancer. And I still get calls and texts every other day
from real estate companies and investors looking to rent out or buy her home, despite being asked to be taken off those call lists and those text lists. I'm still mourning her loss, and I'm fielding these calls and texts that seek to use her death as monetary gain. I'm tired. I was tired when I slept at City Hall steps last night and last week. And I was tired when I left this morning and saw another call from a real estate investor at 6:30 a.m. as we were pulling out because we were told that there may be arrests issued if we were not gone by 6 a.m. I'm tired of people who have never lived in or appreciated this community evicting and raising rents for no other reason than greed. People are dying and having to relocate to somewhere that has never been their home because their home is no longer affordable and doesn't care if they can survive here or not. This is a community, and if you care to salvage any of the damage that has been done to the people who have been here for years, rent control should be on this ballot. Thank you.
Next two speakers, Leah, Amy Rubin. Can't make out the second portion of that last name. Okay, and Matt Bird.
Go ahead, ma'am.
You can go.
I am Leah Ami Rubin Baraska. I lived at 1560 Central Avenue, Unit 208. Ms. Driscoll is very familiar with me. Some of you may not be. I am here to speak today to make sure my voice is loud and heard because it's been silenced over and over again. I was a student. I'm still on temporary leave at SBC. I won a housing advocacy award from the college. I'm 4.0. I am Phi Theta Kappa, and I was forced to drop out of school while working to get my doctorate to help humanity because of city council's decisions, because of their aiding and abetting in TIAA Bank and Fusion 1560 and the corporate landlords here and what they have done. And I am telling you, I am livid, not only on my part, but on part of every other marginalized person in here. I am a survivor of domestic violence, and you turned a blind eye on me. And I'm letting you know that invocation, while it was very sweet and sentimental, you should walk the walk and actions speak louder than words. It is insulting to hear something like that when there are teenagers, like we talked about, that are dying because they don't have housing and they're marginalized. I don't know at what point we are going to go back to democracy instead of fascism and instead of a feudal system, because it is time. This city was built on the back of artists and students and mom and pop businesses, and they are being pocketed on and they're being commodified like they are fodder. And it is a shame. It is pathetic. And let me tell you, I'm in an appeals process and I will take this to the Supreme Court. You all need to be aware of that. So I think maybe we should have a face-to-face conversation. I wrote a letter that I got an A+ on in my professor's class who helped write the city charter to Mr. Mayor Kreisman and Ms. Driscoll and a bunch of other city council members. And you know what? It got turned on a blind eye. I cited 3 major markets in the United States that was researched of very feasible housing solutions, and you took a blind eye, which lets me know you don't care. You do not care. I do not want to hear invocations and soft words anymore. I want to see actions for the people of St. Petersburg, and I will not stop until it's done. That's all I have to say.
Good afternoon, Council. I want to say thank you to all the young voices for lifting this great issue. In a time where democracy is under attack in our country, particularly in our state, in a time of crisis, when we definitely have an obvious problem when you have school children that are sleeping in cars, hotels. In a time of crisis, our young people stepped up and they presented a solution. We asked them to vote. We asked them to take part in the process. And if things are not going your way, we asked them to peacefully protest. And they've done all of that. I know this is a very, very complicated issue. But if we don't hear them now, we can't keep asking them to vote and trust the process. So as complicated as it is, we definitely have a crisis. I just want to encourage each of you to listen to these young people. This is our future. This is why we signed up for this. So if they're stepping up once again in this beautiful city, if we can't do it anywhere else, we should be able to do it in St. Petersburg. So I just want to encourage you all to listen to these young people. Do not let these young people walk away without a solution. Whatever the solution may be, please don't let these young people continue to step up and get turned away empty-handed in a time when democracy is falling apart all around us. This is what democracy looks like. Please hear their voices, and thank you. Matt Bird, 1521 21st Avenue South, thankfully.
Madam Chair, final speaker for the open forum portion. The first portion is Nick Carey.
I'm not actually going to talk about rent control right this second, but I'm going to talk to about something that's very closely related, because I felt the need to respond to what we're hearing from a lot of the landlords here. We need to send a clear message.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you in the middle, but we need to have Nick
Oh.
address at the top.
Yeah, Nick Carey, 5320 10th Street North. We need to send a clear message that St. Pete is not for sale. We have 86 acres of Tropicana field available. And I know an RFP process has gone out there, and I would just urge all of you to not make that available for sale. Overwhelmingly, you heard from people that they wanted public ownership, they wanted city ownership of this land. And this is so tied to the issue that we're talking about now, because it's treating housing as a commodity, just selling away the land and like giving away democratic control of what we can do. And this is a real long-term solution. Tropicana Field and other city-owned properties across the city are how we can actually build social housing, mixed income for people to live and not be held hostage by corporations and private landlords in this process. So thank you.
Thank you. So that will end our first open forum for today. If you are here to speak on the item that we are taking up, you'll have an opportunity to do that during public comment. If you have other city business that you would like to speak on today, we will have another open forum at the end of today's meeting. Our next item on the agenda today, we have reports. Item F1 is our resolution, and to begin that discussion, I would like to ask Councilmember Fig Sanders if she would like to speak, as she is the council member who brought forward the item.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I just want to thank all of you. I want to share my appreciation for us having the courage, having the passion to address something that we know is very, very real. I don't like the term rent control. I've stated that over and over again. I prefer rent stabilization, because those of us that are here need to remain here. We welcome those that want to come, but not at the expense of those that have helped build the city. So when I met with the St. Petersburg Tenants Union, July 19th, we had a conversation in regards to the state of emergency. And after that meeting, I don't care what you say about prayer, but it brings me through. And I'm not going to stop. So from my own personal prayer, I brought this before council, wanting to bring a resolution to allow people their voices to be heard. Landlords can vote too. So it's not just certain people at the ballot. So I brought the resolution forward
with full intent and do not regret any of it, because it allowed us to put a lot of faces to a lot of the misery that's living in our streets. But then it also allowed us to see just how important and just how valuable this is. I want to thank Barbeth Foster, who is the senior staff attorney for Community Justice Project. I don't know if she's with us today. I want to thank Carla Carrera and the St. Petersburg Tenants Union for bringing this and for your advocacy, because you are our future. You know, us up here gonna get old one day, and we want to make sure we have good people running things, and you're going to be proper and in order. I want to thank my colleagues for taking the time to wanting to be informed, for having their own opinion. That's why there are 8 of us. If only one of us can get something done, what type of city would that be? But I also want to thank those of you, I have them, I know them, I have friends that are landlords who find it not robbery. Thank you so much, Pastor, to provide affordable housing. Because we're not just looking at an issue of housing. It's bigger than that. We're talking ethics. If you don't have to raise it, why? We're talking education. Our babies that know that when they get out of school, and the stress of that mother, mental health, because she will not be able to provide a safe roof or feed or provide clothing for her children. We're talking employment. It's not just housing. If you don't have a job, it don't really matter, does it? So I brought that resolution with full intent to get it on the ballot in November. After meeting, and I have to give my kudos to the legal department. I have to give my kudos. After meeting with Ms. Foster and Ms. Carrera and others from Orlando, the Tampa, the Pinellas County Commission, we're going to remove the request for the resolution, because we're not going to make the ballot. There's nothing we can do in November. We're not going to make the ballot. It's a given. We're not going to make it. What we are choosing to do at the approval of our chair, we're going to remove the resolution to get on this ballot. I want to give the mayor the opportunity. I want to give the other grade 7, since we're considered other grade 8. And with the approval of Ms. Foster, and we're coming with this resolution, not resolution, I'm sorry, an additional motion to, yes, refer it to YFS. And Jackie, hopefully I'm doing this correctly. A motion to refer this to YFS for continued discussion, requesting legal to draft a housing state of emergency ordinance, and requesting a report from the clerk's office to include that ordinance in a 2023 special or primary election. Therefore, we're going to hear the voices of everyone. We're going to still fight that fight to get it on the ballot. We're going to remove the opportunity for anything that we set forth to be struck down in any court. But if we say we're about democracy, if we are truly about the people, if we're truly about hearing those that are suffering, we're going to give it an opportunity to succeed, something that we can sustain. And with that, I move that motion.
We have a motion and a second. We'll go to Councilmember Hanowitz.
Well, I was not here last week. And I watched the August 4th, 2022 City Council discussion on the matter before we have us today, including everyone's public comment. The issue was not something that was originally brought up on the August 4th, 2022 agenda, but brought up during the meeting by Councilmember Fig Sanders, where she motioned for the preparation of a resolution meeting the requirements of section 166.043 and 101.161, so a vote can be held no later than August 11th, 2022. A discussion was had as to whether City Council could legally place rent control on the ballot through resolution, or whether the passing of an ordinance was required. Our city attorney's advice was requested by City Council based on her expertise as a government attorney, and after a plain reading of the applicable statute, our city attorney stated that in her legal opinion, City Council could not use a resolution as a vehicle to place this issue on the ballot. In our city attorney's opinion, Florida statute section 166.043 required the passing of an ordinance. Notwithstanding that legal advice, our city attorney's office was directed to draft a resolution pursuant to Council Member Fig Sanders' motion, which was passed by 4-3 vote of this council. This action appeared in part to be influenced by legal advice from attorney Burbeth Foster from Community Justice Project in Miami, who is not present, but whose position that City Council could legally go forward was relayed by various audience members, and these audience members said they confirmed this fact with Community Justice Project. I met attorney Burbeth Foster yesterday, and she confirmed she does represent the tenants union on this issue. Moreover, she has provided City Council with a memorandum that includes some legal analysis and data, and separately a draft resolution. The threshold issue was a legal issue. And now we have another motion changing our procedures. I am shocked, seriously shocked, when you have an attorney for our city tell us that we can't do something. Why not? We can have this hearing. We can right now, why change it now? We can have this discussion. They have spent how many days discussing this issue? We can have it all out right now. I have no problem. We have Burbeth Foster right here. We can have all the attorneys hash it out. But I guess some people realize that our city attorney was actually right. That's where we're at. I want to say a couple of things to the attorneys here. And I know we don't sit up here in robes, we're not in a courtroom, but I want to remind people here that when they go before us and they make statements and they provide memorandum of law, they have certain ethical duties that they have to abide by. Every attorney. Florida Bar Rule 4-3.9, advocate in non-adjudicative proceedings, states that this decision-making body, which is us, like a court, should be able to rely on the integrity of the submissions made to it. Basically, that we have a right to expect lawyers to deal with us as they deal with courts. That rule also states that Rule 4-3.3, candor towards the tribunal, and 4-3.4, fairness to opposing party and counsel, is applicable. And just like attorneys, we as city council members have ethical obligations. We took an oath of office, and I quote, that oath of office states that an officer of the city of St. Petersburg and a recipient of public funds, we will support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States and the state of Florida, and also that we will faithfully perform the duties of the office of city council. This oath is required by our Florida Constitution. So what this tells me, and this last minute change, is that our attorneys were right from the get-go. And we have spent all this time and their time on an issue, which, by the way, there is Florida Supreme Court precedent on the exact issue of whether or not you can go on a resolution. And I want to make that clear. And sometimes we get advice from people that say, well, we can do this. But when you actually have people who practice, who actually have read the opinions and know for a fact what the law is and what you can do, and you don't follow that, you have a problem. And this is not about whether or not you believe in rent control. This has nothing to do, I heard a lot of people speak about democracy. Part of being in a democracy is honestly understanding the laws and the fact that the Florida Constitution and the United States Constitution applies to us, and the Florida Supreme Court's interpretation of those laws does apply to us, does matter. And we can't just say, you know what, it doesn't matter. We are still bound to follow the law. So I know things have changed and I know it's been dropped, but I want to make it clear, a lot of people attacked our city council members, because they have been advised about certain requirements that we have, and attacked them personally, and have attacked our attorneys personally when they're trying to do their job. And it could be it could be any issue that we could be talking about here today. And I'll tell you, Ruth Bader Ginsburg has a statement. You can disagree. You don't have to be disagreeable. And we're not always going to agree on things. But people are trying to do their job honestly. So at this point, I understand there's emotion. At this point, I'm not willing right now to do anything on this issue. And every time this comes up, last minute, we're changing things. We're not following procedure. Frankly, the committee that it's going to is not a housing committee. I don't understand that. I don't honestly understand how we have gotten here today. I don't. And I understand the housing issue. I understand what's going on. What I'm speaking about is a procedural issue of how we are here right now. All these people are here on an issue that they thought that they were going to hear about. And all of a sudden it's like, well, you know what? That's all right. We're not going to do this. I don't get it. So that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Vice Chair Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair. So my comment will be brief. It is simply a procedural issue, and I wanted to see if, Fig Sanders, if you could please explain to me your rationale for why you want to send this to Youth and Family Services and not either to the Housing, Land Use, and Transportation Committee, where it rightfully belongs, or to a committee of the whole, if that is, I mean, you feel like this is a conversation that needs to be elevated through our processes, elevating it to a committee of the whole, where all 8 council members have an opportunity to discuss and have a vote would be more appropriate. So what is your rationale?
And thank you for that question. And that was going to be my second recommendation per legal. In answering that question, and again, I don't know if Jackie wants to comment, but it's amazing that some of the things that we find to be angry about. It was true that it may have been a procedural issue of trying to get it on the ballot. And it came to the realization, even with the advice against from legal, that it wouldn't be able to happen. It wasn't a jab at process or procedure. As far as HLUT is concerned, it had gone through that committee. It had already gone through that committee. But this, in my opinion, is bigger than just housing and having somewhere to lay your head. This is about our children. This is about our families. This is about how we provide employment. This is bigger than just sleeping. If it was just about sleeping and where you laid your head, I don't think we would be here today. What this is going to do is give us the opportunity to get more feedback from more people, give us more feedback and input from, we're going to work with other municipalities to see how we can collectively, and it's not just about, again, that's why I really don't like that term rent control, because for those sitting out in the audience, you might have the money to pay your rent, but you don't have a home, or you may have the home and no job or no food, or, you know, your children. I mean, it's something that's a holistic approach. And I heard them saying that we needed a solution. There's no more ARPA dollars. And so I'm looking at this holistically. I'm looking at how we can work with other municipalities and other social services and agencies to provide everything that these families need. Not just, we can come up with housing solutions, but is that going to address everything that they need? I think not. So that was my rationale for it to go to YFS, because it would allow legal more time to work with other minds and other things that we may not have looked at, to have that conversation. And if YFS was that question, then yes, I was going to ask for it to go to a committee of the whole.
Are you willing to amend your motion at this time?
I most certainly am, because I want to see it get done. I want to see us serve those that have come to us and asked us to represent them. I want to, and now the thing about it, Councilmember Hannah was just said she's not going to do anything with it. And so, going to a cow, you got to have that super vote. So what are we telling the people that are here today?
All right, so Vice Chair Gabbard, you have the floor.
I'll hold my
Um,
comments for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Wheeler Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to thank everybody for coming out as always. And I want to say that our attorneys are highly, highly qualified, very professional. I take nothing from that. I don't care how many statutes are quoted. I don't care how much you want to play politics. So, and I have stated before, I'm done with that. I am done with it. I'm looking at our residents in the face that need help. And we have done St. Pete, this council or the council before the other council members, the new council members have come on here. We have led and done things bigger than this. And no, we will not agree on everything. And Councilmember Fitz Sanders, I think you are right by it going to youth services, because you know what's going to happen if we send it to a cow. You already know. I'm just telling it like it is because I'm tired of it. You know what's going to happen. We sit around, we act like this stuff don't go on, and it does. And I'm just tired of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Montanari.
I have a question for Lisa. So from a procedural point of view, and we usually have staff discuss the issue that's before us. Now we've been thrown a curveball. We have another motion on the floor that's been seconded. It's received a second. And we have the public here that might want to discuss this. So my preference would be to, since we have a motion and a second on the floor, that we hear from the public next, and then I'll have some comments after that. But I just wanted to weigh in and get legal's opinion on that.
Sure, that's certainly the chair's prerogative.
I was actually just going to ask next if Councilmember Hinowitz would, we do need to get to public comment.
I had the same actually question that was
So
brought up.
would you mind waiting until?
No,
after
that's fine.
public
That was the
comment?
same thing. Yes.
You'll be the
Yeah.
very next one
Yeah.
up. Okay, let's go to public comment.
First two speakers, Bebeth Foster and Valerie Brannon. You'll give us your name and address, please.
Good afternoon, Council. I am the Burbeth Foster from Community Justice Project that has been spoken of earlier. We are located at 3000 Biscayne Boulevard, Miami, Florida, Suite 106. So yes, the resolution process is not the best process. We have never represented that. We understood that the city attorney's office, much like every city attorney's office, their job is to be risk adverse. Their job is to travel the path of least resistance when it comes to litigation. My job as a movement lawyer representing people fighting for social, racial, and economic justice is not to talk about what the law can't do. It is to talk about what the law can do. And so when looking at a 1978 Supreme Court decision that is absolutely precedent, we understand that the three sentences or four sentences in that case are extremely damaging to passing this as a resolution process. But we were tasked and asked by tenant organizers, what is the only way or any way to possibly get this on the November ballot? And an ordinance wasn't going to do. It wasn't, you didn't have the time. So St. Petersburg was in a very different procedural position from Orange County, from Tampa. And we all can admit that there was no time to pass an ordinance. So we looked at a litany of cases that have come up under a different statute since the passing of Frankel, and looked at whether courts have granted injunctions on referendum items. And many times the courts have said they will err on the side of sending it to the voters. So our position was, if the city was willing to be bold and take a chance and listen to the voices of their constituents, that this was a possible way forward, but in no means the best way. And so I would just leave you with, oftentimes the right choice is not the easy choice. And we decided not to let perfection be the enemy of good. And so that is how we are here today, speaking for the people and saying, vote on declaring a housing state of emergency. Move forward the motion that Councilmember Fig Sanders so graciously and so boldly has put forward, and have this conversation on rent stabilization continue. A temporary rent stabilization measure in St. Petersburg is not the same as permanent rent control in Minneapolis, and we should really stop making those comparisons because they're disingenuous and they're inapplicable. So we would just say, declare the housing state of emergency. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Valerie Brannon, and I stay at 50th Avenue North. I'm currently been displaced out of my home. I moved to St. Pete in 2005 from Largo after the death of my husband. I am legally blind. I have 2 children that is also legally blind. I am currently taking care of 3 grandchildren, a 9-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 2-month-old. We lived in our house for 3 years, paid my bills, took care of my rent. My landlord decided that at the end of my lease, which I fulfilled, they wanted to go up from $1,700 to $2,400. Now, that's a big bite for anybody. The economy does not support that. My grandson, who is 6 years old, I'm having problems with him. He's never, ever jumped on me the way he did the other night. I have bruises. He's running away from school. He wants to go home. We don't have a home. I get Social Security disability. I hear all these landlords and talking about their bills. What about our bills? We are citizens of the city of St. Petersburg. This city has turned into a tourist town, and it doesn't even care about the people of this town who have worked, who have maintained, who have helped build this city. What about us? We've fallen by the wayside. There is nothing for us here anymore. This rent control, this rent need to be stabilized. Because right now, you need $4,000 to $5,000 a month in order to get into a place, because they want your rent to be 2 to 3 times the income of your income, to be 2 to 3 times the rent. The economy doesn't support that. I've tried to get jobs to help me to combat that, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work. I pray that somebody somewhere have mercy on us and help us to be able to have a place that we can call home again. Thank you.
Cynthia Kalia and Sal, excuse me, Sal Stevens. Please give us your name and address for the record, please.
Cynthia Kalea, 1311 11th Avenue South. Just like Val, I'm disabled. I'm about to lose my house because they're going up $200 a month. I'm already maxed out. My whole check goes to my bills. I work a part-time job. With my disability, you can only have $2,000 in your account, let alone any extra money. I'm not going to be able to afford to live. And I'm thinking that with my disability, being homeless, I'd rather be dead than have to be homeless with my disability. And it's not fair. I've lived here 16 years in St. Pete. This is home. And I can't afford to live in my home.
Thank you. My name is Sal Stevens. I live at 310 13th Avenue Northeast, St. Petersburg, Florida. It is a Terrier property. I was born in St. Petersburg. I was actually born in the house next to the Ron John Surf Shop 27 years ago, almost 28. My mother was born in Tampa. My oldest uncle was born in Tampa. My second oldest uncle was born in the house that my grandparents currently live in, which is a block away from where I currently live. My rent is over 55% of my income. I work at St. Anthony's Hospital. I'm a patient care technician. I make $15 an hour and I work full time. I'm also a student at St. Pete College. I'm in nursing school. I would love to be able to afford to live in the city that is my home and has been my family's home for generations. I cannot do that unless a housing state of emergency is declared. When I was 11, we moved away and I spent the next 16 years trying to get home. No, not 16, math. I spent the next decade plus trying to get home to St. Petersburg. And I finally made it home, and I have been home for 4 years and I cannot afford to live here. Given that landlords want you to have 3 times your rent, there is nowhere for me to live. This is unsustainable, and at some point, the only people who have residences in St. Pete are going to be people who live here part-time, who come here to trash the beaches, to get trashed at our local bars, stiff their servers, and continue to push out the people who provide those services, who clean up the beaches, who pour them their drinks, who make the beds in their hotel rooms, who drive the taxi cabs when they're too sloshed to get home themselves. We need to declare a housing state of emergency. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Bushman and Greg Davidson. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, I'm Greg Davidson, 4705 First Street Northeast. I also can share stories, but a dear friend of mine who was a special ed teacher here in St. Pete moved to, of all places, Louisiana. She is now a special ed teacher outside of Shreveport. She's earning $20,000 more a year, and she's renting a 2-bedroom apartment there for $1,400. Yes, this is an emergency. We cannot hide behind laws that may be unethical. I was raised, as I think most people here are, a Christian, to believe in helping our neighbors, loving each other, and yes, those who have much, much is expected. I don't quite fully understand Ms. Sanders, you're referring this to another committee, but if it gives us more time and if we can put it on a agenda for this November to further study it, then yes, I'm all for having a 3-year rent stabilization. And I greatly applaud Councilmember Richie Floyd's idea to look at social housing. It has worked in many cities and we need to do something. So please, let's move forward and have the citizens vote on this. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Dave Bushman. I live at 10808 Charmwood, and I have an 8-plex here in St. Pete. I planned for my future, and part of my plan was to invest in rental property. So I don't have much of an actual IRA. This is my retirement. And I know I offer rents below market, and I'm okay with that because I don't have a lot of turnover. All of my tenants have been there for years. I know if I'm hit by a really big expense, it's going to be a problem. Today, I have the flexibility to offer these lower rents because there's no rent control. And rent control will take away that flexibility. I don't know what the future will hold, but if rent control ties my hands in the future, then I will be forced to act today to raise rents to make sure that I'm protected against something in the future that's unknown. This isn't what I want to do, but it's something that rent control will probably force me to do. Costs are going up, and I know some of the people are having a hard time with that. And that's a problem. I agree. There are a lot of costs involved in keeping my property up. I'm not very handy, so I have to hire contractors to do most of the repairs. If you think gas is high, call a plumber. One of my residents had a clog in their toilet in the bathtub, and I had that unclogged, and I had a new shower handle put on. That was $290. 3 months later, she had another clog in the toilet. That was another $275. I do pest control. That's another $183. I do the air filters every month for every resident. You multiply these costs by all the units and all little small things that need fixing, and it gets very expensive. And these contractors are costing more and more all the time. We're doing best we can right now, but I don't understand why you're just focusing on the cost of rent. There are so many other costs that go into the cost of rent. Possibly the city would consider no longer charging for such things as business tax and fire inspections and other types of city fees. Perhaps you can focus on getting those other costs down, and maybe that will help people also.
Thank you. Christy Bruna and Melissa Thorpe.
Hello, I'm Melissa Thorpe, 4024th Street North. I'm here to encourage you to declare a housing state of emergency today. The poor and working classes of St. Peter struggling and have been for several years. The price of everything has gone up. Gas, groceries, utilities, rent, and wages have stagnated. Many of the people most affected by this crisis couldn't be here today because it's midday on a Thursday and they're at work. Many couldn't be here today because they've been displaced out of state already. They aren't here. They aren't here to speak. Many are working 2 or 3 jobs while raising a family, and coming down to City Hall to plead for tenant protections isn't a priority. Making the money for a $200 a month rent increase is the priority. Providing food for their family is the priority. Maintaining transportation to work is the priority. Your constituents count on you to recognize when the community is in crisis and to enact change in a timely manner. Council members who receive significant real estate campaign donations or whose livelihood is based in real estate should feel ethically obligated to recuse themselves from all votes and discussions on this matter. You represent the people, and we demand you act in our best interests. Declare a housing state of emergency today and let the people vote on rent stabilization in November. Let the people decide. There are over 4,000 unhoused students listed on the Pinellas County School Board website. Over 4,000. That's an emergency. That is unacceptable. There are entire families living in one-room, roach-infested motels on US 19 who pay $1,200 a month. The same amount of money as a 1 or 2 bedroom apartment, but they have none of the stability, none of the safety. They need safe, stable housing. Some council members' biographies highlight afternoons golfing and yacht club dinners. Are we supposed to believe you understand the struggles of the poor and working classes? Councilmember Gerties, you've had over a year to gather data. Why did you have to do it last week? Have some empathy for the kids starting school this week who have to worry about a cockroach crawling out of their new backpack. Stop applying Band-Aids to an emergency situation and vote yes today.
Hello, my name is Christy Bruner. I am the Vice President of Advocacy with the St. Petersburg Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, Councilmember Fig Sanders, for your motion to address the legal concerns about this process. That was our main concern as well. After a review of the proposed resolution and referendum language, our Public Policy Council identified several concerns which emanate from potentially enacting a rent control measure that is preempted by state law. The St. Petersburg Area Chamber of Commerce supports the need for additional workforce and affordable housing through various rental assistance programs, increased supply to housing market, and incentives for developers to add workforce and affordable housing to their planned projects. The process as proposed does not reflect the requirements of the law to move forward based on an ordinance rather than a resolution and will likely be challenged in court, resulting in material expenditure by the city of legal fees, which could otherwise go towards the creation of affordable housing. Additionally, the type of rent control is not defined. If too strict, it may not comply with state law and be thrown out, again, wasting precious resources. A long-term rent control policy also can discourage development of new rental housing in the city, further exacerbating the rent crisis being experienced right now. Making our city more affordable has been and continues to be a priority for our chamber's advocacy efforts. We encourage and support various other methods to increase and incentivize the supply of affordable and workforce housing. We also support the efforts to develop creative approaches to subsidize housing for those in need. Thank you.
Scott Glass and Justin Dean. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, I'm Justin Dean, address 2852 20th Avenue North, a local business owner that has managed properties in St. Petersburg for almost 20 years. First, want to say it's a shame that this issue has been framed as tenant versus landlord. I can say firsthand for my company and the landlords I work for, we work very hard to create positive experiences and build relationships with our residents. We value them and we need them. Many of our landlords waived rents and halted all rent increases through the first 2 years of COVID. My owners are not big corporations. They are individuals, many are citizens of St. Pete. They are retired and rely on this income. Some are investing in St. Pete and hope to retire someday. They've seen property taxes increase 10% every year. Insurance increases are at least 20%. Labor and material have all increased more than anyone can ever anticipate. Not all these expenses can be absorbed. Most of my owners have a mortgage and their income is a fraction of the rent collected. This is not about greed. This is the reality of our current situation. The problem is that rent control doesn't do anything about the reasons that rents are rising, which is that there are more people who want to live in this desirable area than there are homes that are here to live, for people to live in. Housing follows the same basic laws of economics as other goods that consumers need. When the demand of a product consistently exceeds the supply, prices will rise until the quantity demanded is equal to the amount that is supplied. We need to add to our supply of housing to meet the demands of our community. There are currently over 16,000 rentals being built in the Tampa Bay area. I recently surveyed over 20 property managers managing thousands of rentals in the area. all stated that they have dropped asking prices on rents in the past 30 days. The market is correcting. We all want affordable housing. It is good for the community. No one wants homelessness or other negative consequences from rising costs, but we know rent control doesn't work. I ask that the city consider meaningful legislation that fixes the problem and helps our community Please continue attracting employers to the area, bringing better paying jobs, help reduce the cost of owning properties, and incentivize affordable housing for our current landlords. Please do not target property owners who live and support our city. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, members. My name is Scott Glass. I'm with the Orlando law firm Schutzen Bowen, 300 South Orange Avenue, Orlando 32801. I'm here representing the Florida Apartment Association today. As your attorney has told you, and I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your last name, but yes, Hanwitz has echoed that whatever you do here today with respect to the rent control or rent stabilization, whichever term you prefer to use, it has to comply with Florida law. It has to comply with Florida statutes as they exist today, not how you wish they existed, not how they may exist in a year or 2 years, but you have to comply with what the law is today. And I agree with your attorney, you can't move this forward with a resolution. And even if you did, the resolution presented would probably not, I would venture a strong guess that it would not survive judicial challenge. The statute that exists today basically provides that no municipality shall adopt any measure imposing controls on rents unless such governing body makes findings establishing the existence in fact of a housing emergency so grave as to constitute a serious menace to the general public, and that such controls are necessary and proper to eliminate such grave housing emergency. Unlike most local ordinances, this statute requires that you prove your findings. There's no presumption of correctness. The script has been flipped, if you will. And that means, breaking down the statute, it means that you, the local governing body, have to make the requisite findings in fact. You, not the St. Petersburg Tenants Union referenced in the resolution. If this were to move forward, any challenger is going to ask you in court, have you reviewed the underlying data and analysis that they reference? Have you made an independent analysis of that? Have you hired a consultant to do that? Have you provided adequate notice to other interested parties so that they can look at that data and analysis and question it or rebut it? Now, there may very well be a housing crisis. I mean, we have a shortage of housing. I don't think there's any doubt in that. The question is, though, does it meet the definition under the statute? Is it so grave that it presents an actual menace as that term is understood by the courts? You have a lot to prove. I encourage you to take the time to get it right. And I thank you for your time today.
John Michael Fernandez and Robert Griffins. Please give us your name and address for the record.
John Michael Fernandez, represent the Florida Apartment Association, 200 East Robinson, Orlando, Florida. Good afternoon, council members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. Like I said, my name is John Michael Fernandez. I am the local government affairs manager with the Florida Apartment Association. Policymakers can agree on at least one thing. The lack of supplies are the root cause of our housing affordability challenges. And this problem is years in the making. The housing industry is not the enemy in this fight. We are the solution. FAA members have long advocated for a variety of tangible solutions to address housing affordability, including streamlining the development process, encouraging the use of property tax discounts to produce and preserve attainable housing, and much more. Today, rather than focusing on meaningful solutions to address housing supply, we continue to debate a poison pill that will be detrimental to supply. And make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, the rent control ordinance before you today will make our shortage worse, even if it is only in place for 1 year. And the measure falls far short of passing any legal muster. Data on rent control speaks for itself. In the wake of St. Paul's recent rent control measure, building permits are already down 82%, and real estate values have gone down more than 6%, both of which have a budgetary implication for the city of more than $1 billion. Leaders in St. Paul are now scrambling to undo the damage they have caused, and rent control will never be a viable solution, no matter how it is crafted. The apartment industry remains ready and willing to work alongside you to tackle our housing shortage. We know addressing the challenge is no small feat, but you were elected to make tough and sometimes unpopular decisions. And St. Petersburg's current and future citizens are counting on you to increase the supply of housing, not jeopardize it today. As you evaluate your decision today, I hope you remember rent control will only jeopardize St. Petersburg's bright future. While it is a little too late for the city of St. Paul, there's still time for principled leadership and meaningful solutions in St. Petersburg. We hope you will vote against this disastrous proposal. Thank you for your time.
Before we go to our next speaker, I want to remind everyone that the rules of the chambers are to not address council from your seat. Please keep side conversations to a minimum. Please be respectful of those who are speaking, even if you don't agree with them. And the chair does have the discretion to change public comment in the event of a disruption if the rules of decorum are violated, and the public comment would be changed to email only. Again, please be respectful of those who are speaking. You will have your turn. Thank you. Sir?
Thank you. My name is Robert Griffiths. I'm a former president of the Bay Area Apartment Association, live in St. Pete. Been here for about 15 years, over in Tampa for another 20. I'm a former, as I said, a former president of the Bay Area Apartment Association, which is a group of people and a group of companies that come together for apartments to try to make housing for people. We're not trying to fight for the folks that can't afford. We're trying to make things affordable. What the Bay Area Apartment Association does is fight for things such as they go to Tallahassee every year. They talk to the legislators up there to fight for things like in the Sadowski Fund, which you may or may not be aware of. Sadowski funds were put aside, supposedly, so we could get more housing and affordable housing. This has been an issue for many years. It has not been corrected. It is just now coming to light that, yeah, there's a problem. We have to have more housing. The apartments are necessary. Without apartments, you don't have places for people to live for your new growth. I applaud you and everything that you've done for the city and the time that you put in now, as well as everybody else who's put forth the effort to help grow St. Petersburg, just like Tampa. I think we're doing a great job in the cities. I think we're doing a great job in Florida. People come here because they love the area. They love our weather. They love our growth. They love what you're doing in the city. So apartments are very, very necessary. I applaud, again, all your efforts to try to have these things, but your resolution today about rent stabilization is going to fight all this growth. When investors come in, they want to be able to build apartments. They want to be able to rent, and they don't want to have somebody tell them there's a cap. They don't have caps on their all their costs. They don't. If you wanted the city to try to help without going back to the legislation from Tallahassee, then perhaps you could give some amenities to the apartment owners, things like lower taxes, lower fees, things of that nature. Again, Bay Area Apartment Association is here to try to help folks get housing. We're not here to try to gouge anybody. We're trying to provide good, clean home housing for everyone. So the Bay Area Apartment Association, I would ask you to work with them as best as possible. I think honestly that there's a good resolution to try to help things together if you will work with them. Again, I appreciate your time. Robert Griffiths, St. Pete. Thank you.
Jay Thompson and Kay Copeland.
Good afternoon. My name is Jay Thompson and I live at 3850 13th Avenue North. I'm a former Pinellas County educator, apartment resident, and multifamily operator with assets in St. Pete. And I currently work for a software solution provider that services the multifamily industry, specifically looking at policies and training, as well as being a voice for residents. I joined this industry for two very specific reasons. One is it provides an equitable, long-lasting career opportunity. It's the only industry I know that someone with a high school diploma through hard work and sweat equity can become a CEO. Our industry also provides home and a community to many people. Those two things have remained unchanged, and they're still the reason why I love this industry today. I also serve on the Bay Area Apartment Association Board of Directors. I'm the co-chair of the BAA Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. I chair my company's DEI committee, and I also have served at the national level. I'm proud of the way that the BAA has partnered with organizations such as the Tampa Hillsborough Homelessness Initiative to find housing for those that are most vulnerable. I respectfully ask that you oppose a resolution regarding rent stabilization. St. Pete is a desirable area, and with desirability comes demand. Unfortunately, our supply has not kept up with that. And simple economics points to this as the culprit for rising rental rates. We are making headway, though, in closing that gap. CoStar shows that the Tampa Bay lease prices have slowed from 24% year over year last year to 16% currently, with a projected only 8% increase at year end. Rent control does not provide a solution to this supply and demand. In fact, it will only further exacerbate it. Pro forma budgets have to show a return on investment in order to secure funding. It will be difficult to find the financing to build in St. Pete, and investors will look for other more favorable areas, such as Tampa. Our industry has already heard of a proposed development in Orlando that is pulling out based on recent actions taken by Orange County. The data fully backs this as well. St. Paul, Minnesota has seen new multifamily building permits down 82% from last year and 55% from the 3-year average. Finally, I want to put a face to a name. Many of my colleagues couldn't be here today because they're doing the day-to-day operations. But as stated earlier, we are an industry for everyone. First-generation Americans, single mothers and fathers. And this potential resolution affects those people as well as hundreds of small businesses in our area that support our communities, such as roofers, plumbers. So rent control puts their job at risk. In the end, I agree more needs to be done in regards to housing. I also understand this is a human issue. However, I implore you to ensure that data guides the decision-making process so your actions have positive, long-lasting effects. And personally, Councilwoman Gabbard, as a gay man, I hope to continue to see you at Pride, and thank you for your support.
Good afternoon. I'm Kay Copeland. I'm living at 745 Delmar Terrace South, St. Petersburg, 33701. I'm a manager of the property for Royal American here in St. Pete. I'm also a member of our diversity committee and a member of our mentor training program. I have over 18 years of experience in the multifamily industry, starting out as a resident activity coordinator. I am thankful for this opportunity to address the City Council to express how essential we are in this industry. There have been negative opinions being said about the housing industry and the management teams. I would like to outline the fact that we are positively essential and positively doing our very best to be of service to the community. There have been our most important daily operations are resident relations. It's the key to the very success in this industry. But it has been hard to meet the needs of our residents as the cost of supply increases over time. We still strive to give the best in customer service in the most appropriate professional manner. Rent control will make that very much harder. It is our pleasure to make sure our residents and potential residents have a safe and well-maintained place to call home. It takes us going over and beyond each and every day as we do this while keeping a high level of standards at best, while working under the pressures of the changes in the economy. Changes from the cost of appliances to drywall to nails, going up 3 times as much they once had cost. Yet there is still an increase in the demand for housing. This makes building more communities essential because of the demand. It also increases the need for staff to manage these communities. This is why I'm proud, as a member of Royal American, to be a part of the property management training program called RAM, a program for residents with interest in learning their way into the industry to become new staff members within the property management field. Times are changing. The needs of the community are changing with the times. The level of standards are changing. The cost to keep up with the standards has increased. We want to be able to keep up with the standards. How is our industry able to support or cope with this with rent control? We need to be able to afford to keep up with the standards.
Thank you.
Eric Gardano,
Carduno.
and Kim Octavani.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Eric Garduno. Really appreciate this opportunity to address City Council. My address is PO Box 15, 1958, Tampa. I'm the Government Affairs Director for the Bay Area Apartment Association. Our organization represents the apartment industry of the Greater Tampa Bay region. Our members include owners, developers, managers of market rate apartment communities and affordable apartment communities throughout the area. Our members also include a variety of professional service providers that support the apartment industry. People have mentioned roofers and plumbers and every variety of service that you could imagine that you need for your home. They're members of our association. I think today's discussion is really about looking to find something to do to help the people in need. There is clearly a need in the city. People do need help. But we implore you, rent control is not the answer. Rent control is not going to provide the help everybody thinks it's supposed to. And you can just look at some of the cities that have already tried rent control. Cities like San Francisco, like Los Angeles, like Washington, DC. They still have very high rents. They still have high levels of homelessness. They still have high levels of evictions. All these data points that are provided in the draft resolution that indicate that there's an emergency, they're worse in most cases in all of those cities. Rent control didn't solve anything for them and it will not solve anything for us. What we need is to address the supply-demand imbalance. We need more homes. We need a lot more homes. There's been an incredible demand for additional homes. I think everybody understands that and knows that. I am thankful to see some of the data that's coming out. There's, depending on the analyst you're looking at, they're tracking 10 to 16,000 new apartments under construction today. Close to 3,000 of those in Pinellas County and the bulk of that in St. Pete. That is the answer. We need more homes so people have a place to put their heads. We implore you to focus efforts of the City Council on those things that we know are proven that will bring additional housing to our city, additional affordable housing to our city. We as the Bay Area Apartment Association stand with you, stand with the city of St. Pete to say, we're here, we're part of the community, we want to do our part, we want to build these homes, we want to provide those homes to people who need them. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kim Ottaviani.
I live at 3110 First Avenue North, St. Petersburg. I'm going to tell a quick story because I only have 2 minutes and 52 seconds. I've been on both sides of the coin. I've been homeless twice. I understand what it's like living on the street. I understand what it's like living on somebody else's couch or underneath a tree. But both times I ended up homeless, I tried to figure out a way to make my life better. I discovered it through real estate. I own a small amount of properties. And I manage another 115 for mom and pops that you were trying to strangle. When I was young, I always wanted to be a millionaire. Well, I am a millionaire, but you know what? $1 million doesn't buy a whole heck of a lot these days. So I did a little notice, a calculation when I was born in 1955, what that $1 million is now today in buying power. It's over 11 million. Run that across the lifetime of owning properties or being homeless, and it's astronomical that we're looking at one part of the issue and not all of the issues. The city is not going to stop raising fees based on need of expenses. How can you expect a landlord who's worked all his life to give affordable, clean housing to do the same? It's personal to me on both ends. I'm not going to sit back here and say there's an easy answer. There's not. But on the other side of the coin, I do know that having monies taken away from the industry that creates housing is definitely not an answer. Think those things through. Thanks so much.
Mark Rutledge and Lana Alhassan.
Good afternoon, council, and thank you for your time today. I've been in the apartment industry since 1992. Oh, yeah, 103rd Street South, Suite 300. We are a corporate office in St. Pete, and I've been a resident of this fine city for 47 years. Our company manages both affordable and conventional communities in Florida and Texas and other states. Some examples of how our company and even our industry have responded to our residents in need during the past 2 years of the COVID crisis. Us and most of our counterparts suspended rent increases pretty much all during COVID, therefore not increasing their rents. We also worked with our residents with financial payments over those periods of time, and we've guided them to resources in the community for financial assistance. Further, I guess one thing to consider as a rental professional, that on an ongoing basis, current tenants usually receive a discount relative to market on their renewal compared to new renters. The real issue here today that needs to be addressed is to provide more affordable housing in our city. This is something that this industry and the government needs to continue to work together, because that's the objective. Creating rent control will not have any impact on new development other than to deter it. The cost to develop is too high to achieve this without subsidies in the form of low-income housing tax credits, other local and state funding mechanisms, and real estate tax abatements. No one likes prices to increase, and costs are felt in our industry and our company as well. Rent control will not change the inflation picture. And some examples of the inflation that we have seen since 2020 for our owned properties: insurance costs have risen 33.13%. Real estates have increased a whopping 39.5%. Utility costs have increased by 13.3%. And most significantly, the cost to development has increased 57.8%. And this is compared to a project we're building right now in Florida, compared to a similar project we completed in 2019. In terms of low-income housing tax credits, rents are capped at a percentage of area median income. So there's qualifications for these people to be able to get these units. Therefore, those rents are kind of fixed in place. And any further rent increase or rent control will not change that fact and will only deter those sort of developments. It will be difficult to find financing if rent control is put in place because it's easier for investors to go to more favorable markets.
My name is Lemel Hassan. I live at 5011 Starfish Drive. I'm with a group called the Dream Defenders. We're a youth-led civil rights organization. We believe in building safe communities. When out talking to community members in St. Pete, we like to ask, what does safety mean to you? The majority of people say being at home. This city's support for affordable housing is abysmal. It's clear that this city does not care about its people. Landlords are worried about making some extra money. This idea of supply and demand is absolutely disgusting when we think of the people who are suffering to put a roof over their head. People cannot afford to live here. The problem is here. We're not being proactive. Look outside. All I hear is about legal mumbo jumbo. What we need is action right now. So ask yourself, do you actually care about the city of, about the people of St. Pete? Because what I'm seeing, that's not the case. We're not even here today to ask for the bare minimum. The bare minimum is guaranteed housing for everyone. All we're asking you to do is put an emergency rent control on the ballot. And we're not acting like this is going to solve everything because we all know that the problem is bigger. So can you do that? Can you put this on the ballot just to start?
Dave Wallace, and Jill Farrell. Please give us your name and address for the record.
My name's Dave Wallace. I live at 3520 Poplar Street Northeast. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I appreciate it. Pretty emotional topic for tenants and property owners. My wife and I have lived in 3 cities where rent controls existed: San Francisco, Vancouver, British Columbia, and Ottawa, Ontario. As a result, we have firsthand experience with how rent control can impact the available supply of rental housing. We also own, in the interest of full disclosure, 2 rental homes here in St. Pete. We have a large part of our life savings tied up in those 2 properties, and we care for the homes and we care for the people that live in them. So we are landlords by definition, I suppose. I've been a builder and worked for developers for over 30 years. I belong to organizations that promote all forms of housing. The NAHB, that's the National Association of Home Builders, the Urban Land Institute, and the Congress for New Urbanism. It's a large body of knowledge on the positive and negative impacts on rent control. You can call it stabilization, but it's still a control. There's a large body of that information, and during my career, I've been involved in the planning, financing, and development of over 20,000 housing units in both countries. It's a lot of busted knuckles, gray hair, and time. The list includes affordable housing, seniors housing, workforce housing, and rental apartments. I love the placemaking process, building cities and building homes for people. Affordability has been an issue as long as I have been a builder. So this is not new. This is an old story. I was going to take issue with some of the things in the proposal, but it sounds like you're going to kick that can down the road for another session. So I'll pass on that. But what I do want to talk about is, in the studies that have been done, there are a multitude of unfavorable outcomes with rent control. New rental housing projects being canceled or built elsewhere, loss of jobs in real estate and the construction industry, owners selling their rental homes to owner occupants because they can't afford to maintain them as rental properties anymore, owners converting rental apartments to condominiums or commercial uses, maintenance being deferred or neglected, causing blight and crime, litigation from rental property owners and other groups, and most importantly, a net overall loss of rental housing stock. So I have to say I agree with what Nick Carey said earlier about land. And I have to agree with what people have said about supply and demand. The NAHB estimates there's 5.5 million housing units that we're missing for the country, and it's going to take a decade to build them. Catch up. We have an obligation, a strategic imperative to address public and affordable housing that is equitable. The city can prioritize and expedite the replacement of rental housing stock, but controlling or stabilizing rents and driving investment away is not one of them. We have a lifetime opportunity of land in the form of the Tropicana. And if we don't use that wisely for social and affordable housing, we will lose. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Joe Farrell, 4590 Ulmerton Road. I'm here on behalf of the Pinellas Realtor Organization and our 10,000 real estate professionals. I would say, thank you for, I guess, pushing this back to a potentially committee of the whole. Because of that, a lot of what I was going to say was thrown out the window. But I will say this: that being like a lot of folks in this room, born and raised, lived our entire life in the state of Florida. Some of us, like me, taken different classes in college and high school. We've all heard the number that, since the 1950s, we've averaged roughly 900 people a day moving here to the state of Florida. And I don't see that changing over the next 10, 15, 20 years at all. And we've had the Great Recession where we lost population in certain parts of our state. We've way blown past that. Property values went way down during that time. We've way gone past that. A short-term rent control ordinance of some kind is not going to fix it. It's not going to get us a bridge to when that demand is going to go away in any way, shape, or form. So when we do have this committee of the whole, I hope that there's a lot more talked about beyond rent control. I mean, I'm talking about maybe some things that are crazy. For decades, the federal and state government basically funded affordable housing in the state of Florida. And I'd say in the last several years, led by this government, a lot of other local governments have started putting their foot forward and actually funding it and doing a lot of other things. Our association asks that we go farther, much farther than what we're going financially, and the amount of money that the city and the governments put towards it. It's a message we're carrying to all local governments in the area, because they don't see that our state or federal governments are going to increase radically what they're doing. But there's not enough money out there for all the housing and all the folks that we need. So I hope that the city can look at a lot more different things, or even bolstering more of the things they're doing. And we look forward to working with you in any way or shape, form that you'd like that. Thank you.
Amanda Burke and Beth Steinmuller. Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Amanda Burke. One of the properties that we manage in St. Pete, the address is 3201 Burlington Avenue, North St. Pete. My name's Amanda Burke. I'm a regional manager for Royal American Management. Thank you for the opportunity to be a part of the conversation. I'm clearly passionate. Sorry, my voice. Royal American Management is a multifamily housing provider that specializes in affordable housing. We currently have 3 apartment communities in the St. Pete area that provide over 200 affordable units in this area. Like many housing providers, I've been watching the ongoing conversation about rent control discussions, and it's deeply concerning. I want to start by stressing that housing providers are in this business because we deeply care about our residents and have a sincere passion for serving the community. Despite the issues provided by the COVID-19 pandemic, our teams put in work to help our residents in the following ways: offering payment flexibility, unemployment filing workshops, and rental assistant application processing, not to mention the hours that my team put into place to help our residents apply for the assistance that our state offered. Let me state under no uncertainties that rent control is not the answer to address our challenges. Rent control threatens our current and future housing supplies, and for many reasons, not the least of which is discouraging capital investments and lending at the time when we need it the most. Every apartment community requires tens of millions of dollars to develop. And without capital investments, it's seemingly not possible to build. We need housing developments now more than ever, not additional roadblocks that already are hard in this complicated process. The evidence is clear. Rent control does not help development. It will be impossible for construction to happen with the already ordinance, even with this ordinance, and it avoids rent control's negative consequences. Obviously, I'm lost. The purpose of this ordinance exempts certain types of housing, but it will indefinitely drive investors out of St. Petersburg to other cities. Rent control with or without new construction exemptions will have a chilling effect. A recent thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Betty Steinmuller. I live at 11901 4th Street North, apartment 1101. When I was a kid, I heard my retired grandparents talk about how beautiful St. Petersburg was, that it was a great place for old people to retire. Well, now I'm one of those grandparents who came here because St. Pete is a vibrant city in many respects, not only because old people live here. Just look around. What's the percentage of old people that you see in this room today? I was a teacher for 30 years. I worked in Latin America for several years. I thought my modest fixed income would be enough to live on for the rest of my life. Well, my previous landlord gave me no reason for booting me out. I've moved 3 times in the past 3 years. My lease is up in 3 weeks. One friend of mine's rent went up $400, and I live in fear that I will be hit with a similar increase. The property manager has reminded me on more than one occasion that my rent is very low. Rent gouging is a common practice these days, and it's only because of greed. Please declare a housing state of emergency. Nobody has mentioned where rent control works. In Boston, seems to be in Cambridge, outside of Boston, it has been working for many years. Well, I just ask you, at age 80, what am I to do? Thank you.
Nick Carey and Lonnie O'Connor.
Nick Carey, 5320 10th Street North. We've heard a lot of talk about process in this, and I know Councilmember Deborah Fig-Sanders has moved to remove that from your equation, but I still think it's important to talk about because this is bigger than housing. The fact of the matter is the process that is being adopted was never designed for Black, brown, and working class people. And I just want to give you an example. I have 10 things listed from the past week of why people don't feel included in the process. The city attorney only making provisions for how this can't work and not working to see how we could defend it if city council, which you're duly elected to do, made a decision to move forward with it. Limiting public comment, not once, but twice. Councilmember Montanari, who likes to remind the administration the power of city council, suddenly so concerned about the mayor not being present at last week's meeting. Rejecting the will of the voters by resubmitting a ballot question 1 year after it failed with plenty of time to spare, but there's no time to get this through. The crafting of the resolution to include misattribution of research that came from the mayor administration's own study that they did in January, attributing it to the tenants union so it would come off as us radical leftists. The memo from the mayor. Heavy law enforcement presence out when we were peacefully protesting. There was no problem a week ago. There were 7 deputies from the Pinellas County. I know that that's not under our jurisdiction, but St. Pete PD was involved and cited Reverend Andy Oliver coming out of Allendale's offering plate. Continually telling people
who are saying, we need help, what you're doing is not enough, continually telling them all the things that you're doing and they're not feeling. Councilmember Hanowitz being so furious with the process of how this happened and not furious of all the people in this room that don't have housing. Process is no longer in the way for you. Will you stand with residents, or will you continue to uphold systemic racism and tell the working class people of this city that they don't matter? Will you stand with Jim Crow, or will you stand with the residents? Will you stand with the people, or will you stand with a private market that has continually produced racist outcomes? Please let the voters decide. What will you decide?
Good afternoon. My name is Lonnie O'Connor. I currently reside at 235 3rd Avenue North. I don't know how long I'm going to be there because of rent control, because of rent stabilization and rising rents. I have a lot of questions, right? Okay, so I'm going to give you some of them. If there is a housing shortage, everyone says there's a supply and demand. Why are building rates over $3,500 a month for rent? I can't afford $35 a month for rent. No one in this room can afford $3,500 a month. No one mentioned the homeless population. Does rent stabilization increase it or decrease it? Why does rent stabilization force one to increase rents? Why? I mean, somebody stood up here and said that rent stabilization forced one to increase rents. Why? Someone said rents are going down. I don't know where. Mine went up $300 last year and $500 this year. That is ridiculous. I cannot afford that. Did anyone ask a New Yorker, one who has leased rent stable apartments? You know, I mean, why not? Let's talk if we're going to talk. The study is what I consider a cemetery. The issue is clear. Why cannot we study while we manage rents for the people most affected, the young, the marginalized, the disabled, the retired like me, and like the prior speaker who was just there? Why cannot we act like what we are supposed to be, a democracy? And so these are all the questions I have from all the so-called facts that are spewed out here all over. And somewhere in the middle, there's a bunch of them. Why cannot we study this while we put a hold on rent stabilization? Why can't we study it while we put a hold on raising rents? Why cannot we study before we lose more young people, before people have to move, before the sky falls in on a lot of people? Maybe not you, but it's falling in on a lot of people here. And they are plumbers, and they are doctors, and they are lawyers, and they are medical people, and they do have to take a lot of medicines. So why can't we study it then, after? But let's at least stabilize rents right now. Why cannot we stabilize? Did anyone talk to Orlando? Thank you.
William Kilgore and Carla Correa. We'll have 2 more names. They're downstairs, I'm told. John Stewart and Andrew Holland. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is John Stewart, and I live at 2130 Burlington Avenue North. I was here last week, and I talked about the fact that every Saturday morning I unlock the door at Praise the Lord Outreach Ministries. Last week we sent 99 meals out the door. The week before that, 160. And I also talked about the fact that USF can't hire professors because people can't live there. This week, my wife and I went to our local watering hole and ran into one of her former colleagues at Thurgood Marshall Middle School. I say, "Hey, how's it going?" He says, "Well, not too well. My rent went up $500. I don't know what he's going to do." And we've heard some raw painful stories in here. It looks like it's going to be considered further. One of the things that keeps me going is I can see in my heads, I can see Barnabas and I can see Crystal and I can see Kat and I can see all the homeless people that I help every week and who help us. They volunteer as well. I know that the city has, you've given a $500 subsidy to your employees. I hope as you move forward with this, that you consult with the Community Justice Project, but also carry with you the stories and the raw pain that you hear in this room. Because if you do that, I think you'll find a way. Thank you.
My name is Andrew Holland. I live at 2629 4th Street South. I am trans, I am a worker, but I want to speak today as someone with the privilege, as a trust fund kid who has benefited from the incredible luck of being born into a family with inherited wealth. I'm a third generation St. Petersburg local. My mom works in luxury real estate. My dad just retired from a decades-long career in insurance defense. You've heard plenty of stories of the people suffering in the city, unable to afford to live even when working multiple jobs. The people of the city need relief, and we deserve to have a vote on this resolution. Rent control may not be the best solution, but it's the only option that we have within the system at this time. And so I want to use my time for a call to action. My fellow Shorecrest alumni, my fellow trust fund kids and their parents, any of you who know that this issue will never affect you personally and don't think the issues of the workers that serve you and the houseless people who annoy you, and I know how you talk when you think no one's listening. Use your wealth. The most ethical, the most Christ-like thing you can do is to shed that burden. Get yourself through the eye of the needle by reaching out to someone you saw here, scared and trying their best, and pay their rent. Buy a building outright and let people live there rent-free. Get empathetic and get creative, because the only thing that's going to force the hand of the people in power, besides good old-fashioned property damage, which is not a threat, that is just history, is building infrastructure and resources outside of state and capital. Those of us who are lucky enough to have this wealth are the most able to do this. And the world we find ourselves in, if you are not a class traitor, you're a coward. And you are literally leaving your neighbors to die. We can tell you this is life and death until we are blue in the face, but the onus is on you to see what's going on right in front of your eyes, to believe them and your community, and to act. We've talked about supply and demand, about process, but here's the thing. These are not forces of nature, and we are not beholden to them. And I ran out of time, so I put in a little joke of, we've seen everything everywhere all at once, right? Yeah. There are no rules. Choose the googly eye. Just do what you can, because you can do so much more than you think you can. Thank you.
William Kilgore and Carla Correa.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is William Kilgore. I'm with the St. Petersburg Tenants Union. I reside in the Ponce de Leon neighborhood here in St. Petersburg. I'm here to speak on what's before you today, declaring a housing state of emergency. We need a housing state of emergency. I've kind of learned that, it doesn't matter how much data you provide or evidence and things like that. You can look at data in different ways. People can manipulate data. It doesn't really matter. We need people's stories, and you're hearing people's stories here today. To correct a couple things I heard earlier about housing providers, I always think that's kind of a funny word for landlords. Housing providers are the people who build the housing. They're the workers who risk their lives for like $15 an hour or less. Some of these general laborers for starvation wages risk their lives to build the homes we live in. Those are housing providers, the working people. They are the backbone of our city. They are our housing providers, not the landlords who profit off of it and generate wealth off of our labor, off of the labor of working people. They are housing hoarders, and they withhold housing. And this whole thing about supply and demand that frustrates me is because 19% of the homes are vacant in our city. That's according to the ACS census 5-year survey. Granted, that's not the rental vacancy rate is much smaller. It's much tighter. So you could say that it's a shortage, but this is not an actual shortage. There's no actual housing shortage. And that is this industry that is withholding those homes. And so, I'll just tell you, I come out here, I didn't grow up poor. I didn't grow up rich, but I had, I never had to worry about clothing or food or anything like that. But I know now, I'm poor now, in my adult years, I've seen what happens, how easy in this system it is to lose. This is a system of winners and losers, and how all it takes is, a mental health breakdown, financial issues, job loss. That happened to my family. And how that is completely devastating to folks. And I'm fighting out here. We're fighting. I know I can speak on behalf of a lot of people. We're out here fighting for each other, because I see we're talking to each other. We see a mirror into ourselves, into our future. I see the old folks out here who are struggling, and I don't care about the landlords' profits. That is not what's important. I'm not seeing landlords being made homeless. I'm not seeing landlords suffering the same fates that folks are suffering, tenants are suffering in this city. And we need action. We need to declare a housing state of emergency. The evidence is there. It doesn't matter. This is a matter of democracy. We need to vote. It's your job to let us vote. Let us vote. Thank you.
Oh yeah. Carla Correa, 345 Fifth Avenue North, St. Petersburg Tenants Union. I'm here to urge you to support this motion and move it to the Youth and Family Services Committee, because this is a youth and family services issue. Earlier this year, Pinellas County Schools counted over 3,500 homeless students, 38% of those being located in the city of St. Pete. And in March of this year, the Pinellas County School District liaison said calls from families facing homelessness went up by 3,000%. It's the first week of school today. Some students had to go to school without having anywhere to go, with, going to school with dirty clothes, not having anywhere to wash their clothes. We are clearly in a housing emergency. There's no room for council members like Lisette to hide behind the process, because Fig Sanders amended the motion so we can do it the so-called right way. So since the process is being followed now, do you not think that homeless children are an emergency? And this also is a racial issue. The zip codes 33712 and 33705, which are majority Black, are disproportionately impacted by the eviction crisis and saw the highest numbers of evictions in the entire county throughout the pandemic. Additionally, Black students, again, a youth issue, make up 19% of the district's population, but account for 40% of those who are homeless. If we want to make racial progress in this city, we have to declare a housing state of emergency today. And I want to say, in response to one of the slumlords earlier that was saying that all the data was attributed to the tenants union, so it's not accurate. That's true. We cited data from the city of St. Petersburg, a study that the city of St. Pete actually commissioned themselves. The landlord's opinion on this shouldn't matter. They're the ones gouging us. They're the ones causing this problem. Their costs aren't going up that much. They're literally millionaires. One of them said it earlier. And your industry, yes, it doesn't create housing. The workers create housing. You profit off of housing. Council, I urge you to do the right thing today and vote in favor of the people. You are delaying the inevitable. We're going to have rent control in this city. We're going to have rent control in the whole state of Florida. We're not going to give up on this fight. And the more you vote in favor of the landlords and developers, the more you embolden tenants to keep fighting back. We are the majority, and we're going to keep getting organized, and we're going to win. We're not going to go away. This is only the beginning. Thank you.
Elizabeth Edmonds and Tatiana Haberkamp. Please give us your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Edmonds, and I live at 797 58th Avenue South. As of 1 hour ago, I looked up apartment houses under $1,000, and 7 came up. 7. And $1,000 is a lot of money, especially when minimum wage is $10 an hour, increasing to 11 soon. Keep in mind, our wages are not increasing, just the rental housing prices. We are in a housing crisis. According to the Tampa Bay Times, USF is having issues recruiting new teachers because of the housing prices. If USF teachers can't afford to live here, how can the people who serve you food, clean up the buildings, make your coffee, and fix your cars, etc., afford to live here? As Ms. Vic Sanders stated, She understands that the youth children are the future. What kind of future are we giving the children if they don't have stable homes? School buses are dropping children off at seedy hotels. And if the parents become homeless, they can lose their children. And this is absolutely a racial issue. Southside saw the highest numbers of residential evictions between April 2020 and April 2022. Rent control stabilization would disproportionately benefit the Black population and other marginalized community members. You've heard so many stories of people not being able to pay rent, a poor grandmother having to soothe an angry grandchild who just wants to be home while living with a disability herself. It's heartbreaking. I heard a lot of apartment landlords talk about how they are building new apartments. Who are they building for? They're not building them for us. I promise you, if you ask the people in this room if they would like to own a home, most would say yes. I mean, what a dream. Most mortgages are way under rental prices. Imagine owning a 3-bedroom house with a yard for the pup. That's cheaper than a 1-bedroom apartment. But guess what? Even if you have the means to save up for a down payment, these investors are grabbing them up with all the money they make off our backs while taking all the inventory. They're not telling you that they're telling you that it's in our best interest not to have rent control. That's what our increased rents go to afford them more properties. We don't need investors, we need protection. Why don't you let us decide what's our best interest is? Please understand this is a housing crisis and let us have a vote.
Good afternoon. My name is Tatsiana Haverkamp. I live at 871 64th Avenue South here in St. Petersburg. You've already heard from a couple medical professionals today. I also work in emergency medical services. As a first responder, I am often on the front lines to observe the direct impacts of homelessness and to witness the differences between the communities across Pinellas County. I know there is a direct correlation between wealth and health outcomes. I witness it every day. And I can also say definitively from these observations that St. Petersburg is most definitely already dealing with a housing crisis. Our rent crisis is a critical health issue. Poverty is the most preventable cause of permanent disability. We have the potential to mitigate this. We can put our residents first. We can enact rent control. We can potentially keep more people secure in their homes, safe from the elements. The streets age you. I can't tell you the number of times that I've run on someone who only turned out to be in their 30s and they looked like they were in their 60s because of exposure to the elements and untreated health conditions that they were dealing with as a result of homelessness. I was one of the activists outside of this building last night who took a long nap on your concrete. It rained on us while we were out there, and I choke up a little bit because a friend of mine, Cynthia, who is currently facing eviction, she spoke earlier, was also out there with us. I find it hard to rationalize that this is a problem of supply and demand when she has her house. She has the supply, and she simply cannot afford to live there. It is being taken away from her. We have the potential opportunity to do something about that if we would sit down and we would let the voters speak on this issue. I believe there is a debate to be had around rent control. Certainly, there's a lot of people here tonight that have opinions, but I believe the democratic way to go about this would ideally be that we could have that as a public discussion that we, the people, decide on, hopefully at an upcoming election. This is a critical health issue. It's impacting a lot of people. And even if only all you care about is profits, it would still be in your best interest to invest in the people in this way. We're already facing what is possibly going to be a market crash, and you could help stabilize that. You'd be saving a lot of costs in the long run for medical services and
Thank
other
you.
things. Thank you all.
Clerk, next speaker.
Bryce Springfield and Alexa Manning. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Bryce Springfield. I'm at 3316 31st Avenue North, apartment 203. Student at Princeton University and organizer for Pinellas DSA. I slept on the steps of City Hall last night because we are in a housing emergency. In the long run, we'd need something more permanent like city-owned social housing. But while we work on that, we can ensure residents have a democratic say on rent control. I'm asking council to do whatever you can to ensure a housing state of emergency is declared and rent control goes to a vote, whether in 2022 or 2023. The sooner the better, but people are suffering right now. Orange County already led the way on rent control and we can follow them. And like other people have already expressed, I mean, the market should not be our God. The market at its root is only a tool for us to simplify our thinking, and it's not a perfect abstraction. We see this with entire meta-analyses on minimum wages, for example. It's certainly not a good abstraction for something like housing, where demand is extremely inelastic. It's a necessity for people. And as we already mentioned, nearly 20% of housing units in this city are vacant. So it's not just a matter of building more luxury apartments until the rents magically correct themselves. It's something more than that. When I was a public school student here, I was homeless, and even when I was housed, was severely rent burdened. When school was over for the day, I didn't have anywhere to go. I mean, I don't know how that is supposed to be conducive to a good education as a student. I don't know how that's conducive to safety for young children who don't have a place to go while their parents are working. Like my mom is a single disabled parent. She's very hardworking, and I didn't have a place to go. This is a lot more than just homelessness and excessive rent burden. It's about keeping workers, teachers, and artists here during this serious crisis. And despite some of the downsides of rent stabilization, we can keep people in the short term staying in their housing right now. And you don't have to even agree on rent control as a policy. A lot of landlords came up here and were like, trying to convince you guys to vote on rent control. Apparently that's not your job. That's the voters' job. We're supposed to vote on that. That's all that we're asking for. It's about democracy. It's about even preventing suicides, like the one of my friends who committed suicide in February. She was in an abusive situation and had no affordable options to go anywhere else. I think about her every single day, and I want you guys to think about her every single day until we get rent control and social housing. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Alexa Manning, and I live at 3480 14th Avenue South. I'm going to give my personal story of St. Petersburg, Florida. As a kid growing up, I wasn't allowed to go a lot of places. I wasn't allowed to go downtown, Central. I wasn't allowed to live on the north side. I wasn't allowed to go to Gulfport unless you work and you were driving through. I wasn't allowed to live in Pinellas Park. I wasn't allowed to live nowhere but the south side. That was it. We had no other choice. That's where we were forced to live, and that's where we've always lived. And now it looks like I won't even get a chance to live there, the place you forced me to live in most of my life, because I wasn't allowed to live anywhere else. Wasn't allowed to live definitely in Gulfport. I wasn't allowed to live downtown St. Pete or Central. Barely now, even today, my people of color has a hard time being able to be part of Central. And that's still very obvious. As you look around in this room, there's still not too many people of my people from the South Side, because we've been treated this way all of our lives. And now we can't even live in our own community. We're being put out of that when we're not allowed to live anywhere else. So I'm saying, give us a chance to at least say where we can live. Give us a chance to finally be able to make a decision on our own where we can live, other than being told where we can't live. Even if the South Side has to move now, most of the white neighborhoods don't want us in your neighborhood. You're not comfortable with us in your neighborhoods. So with this, we need help. You need us help to either keep us where we are and make it comfortable for us, or you're going to force us to try to live somewhere else where we're not wanted, because we've never been wanted, even as a child. That's why there's so many people of color on the South Side, because that's the only place we had to live. And now we can't even live there because so many of the choices that's been made, even as a kid, that I had no choice about. And it seems like today I still don't have a choice about anything. Help us, help my community, help us stay in our homes. And that's all we ask. So if I get the chance to have a say so, please give me that chance. Put it on the ballot. At least me, for once in my life, say where I can live. Thank you.
Lindsay J. Shapiro and Peggy Elises. Please state your name and address for the record.
Peggy Elias. My address is 2330 34th Street South. Again, I would say let the people vote for this rent control, because I was on Section 8. I lost my Section 8 April the 28th because I couldn't find where to go. And what Section 8 was paying, we wasn't able to pay that deposit. Like, they were sending you way out in Seminole, which wasn't nothing available, at 33716, $1,600 something, but wasn't nothing available out there. So I talked to Mr. Welch. They had some going at Enoch Davis, I think Black History Month. He told me, he said, well, email me, I'll give you, I can help you. He said, who your workers is? Because I kept trying to get more extension, still can't find it. They give you 10 days, 15 days. Mr. Welch said, well, just email me who you working with. I said, Miss Manning. He said, well, email me, I'm gonna talk to Miss Manning. Mr. Welch never answered the email. He never answered the email. So then I kept trying. Then the city bus, I had to run into the city bus because the city bus hit me and I wasn't able to keep looking for nowhere to stay. So that was in May. I had 3 broke ribs and a bruised lung and I couldn't hardly move. So I had to take the letter from my lawyer, my doctor, and send it to the city to get more extension to housing. They still ain't hardly doing nothing. So now I lost my Section 8, ain't got nowhere to stay. And if you move out of where you moving, the man told me the other day, when I was here the other day, I had a 3-day eviction, 3-day notice. Now I got something in the court and you barely ain't gonna have nothing to stay now, because where you gonna live if ain't nobody gonna rent from you if you got eviction. So you still outside. So then the landlord I rent from got a lot of property. I ain't gonna call his name because everybody know him, on everything in St. Pete. The place is so filthy. I took a picture of it. So many mice in every apartment over there where I stay off of 34th, all little baby rats. You ain't got nowhere to go. You got to live up there with the rats and stuff. I ain't got nothing. I don't got nowhere to go. So I don't know what to do. Then the main lady told me the other day, she said, I got the guy Corey. He said, well, I think I can help you. I have somebody in my office calling you. I knew it was for the city. It was Miss Helen Rhymes. When I got help from her before, she tell the lady at the center, she say, oh, I done helped her before. Don't you help her? I mean, she talking about a year. So she said, well, I ain't got to do with that. I'm gonna help the lady pay her rent. The lady helped pay my rent then. But then I know then when I kept explaining her that she don't want to help. She worked for the city. I mean, we ain't got nowhere to go.
City Council, my name is Lindsay J. Sparrow. I reside at 2032 Walton Street South, zip code 33712. I'm here to talk to you today because housing is a basic human right. Every single one of us in this room and outside of these doors deserves housing and deserves access to housing. In the city of St. Petersburg right now, specifically in the zip codes 33712 and 33705, they're experiencing an extreme increase in rent right now, and also an extreme dispopulation. As not just a member of that community, but as somebody who has lived here as long as I have, I can tell you that I am seeing that firsthand. As a member of the transgender community and also somebody who's a pastor's kid, I have experienced firsthand what it is like to be displaced and live out of my car for over a period of a year because I had no other option and was unable to afford housing. I did what I was supposed to do. I went to college. I got a degree. I have worked jobs. I even looked with my partner at trying to afford housing. And even when I was working multiple different jobs, I was still being denied for any options in order to be able to buy a home. I've been forced to rent. And despite the fact that my renting record and my credit score is perfect, I have had absolutely no options when it comes to purchasing a home. So I've been forced to live out of a RV. There are better options. You have options as city council to be able to give the people the democratic option to vote on rent control. This is not a decision for you to be able to make. Rent control is not a decision that is for you to make. Housing is a basic human right, and it is your job as the council that we, the people, elected to give that democratic process back to us. I ask that you do that and do that soon, because 4,000 children in your school system here in St. Pete living without homes should alarm you. They might not be your children, but they are somebody's children. 4,000 children. I speak to every single one of you right now. 4,000 children. That should concern every single one of you. You should know their names. You should know the reason that they don't have homes right now. Because as city council members, as elected officials, this is your job. Put this on the ballot. Give us the chance to vote for this, please. I yield.
Andy Oliver and Sean Jeannie Williams. Give us your name and address for the record, please.
Reverend Andy Oliver, pastor of Allendale United Methodist Church, born here in St. Petersburg. When we first brought the solution of putting rent stabilization on the ballot to you in February, we were told by the city attorney and the administration that it just wasn't possible. After we saw that it was in fact possible in other municipalities, we got our own legal support and came back to you. We were then told that actually it was possible, but now it was too late. Our lawyer found a creative way through showing us what the law can do. However, it became untenable when legal drafted the resolution in such a way that was dead on arrival, in part by misrepresenting the city study's findings. Time after time when I've worked on policy for working people, it always seems to be manufactured to be too early until it's too late. Meanwhile, the systems and the way we do business here in St. Pete always seems to be well-oiled for corporations and developers. We have all watched mountains be moved and the system to be creative when corporations and developers want something done. Heck, we've gotten creative and moved mountains when we needed to have $1 million fishnet art display on our pier. Rarely, if ever, does that level of urgency and creativity happen in this city for working people. You have the opportunity to do something different than we have done in the past, create a different future. Many of you have said that it's the process you take issue with. Great, we have offered you a new process that should allow you to vote yes. Call for a special election in March. If we could do it for the Rowdies soccer, we can do it for people. This process is city attorney approved. It meets the standard of how we do business. There are no more excuses. Let us see you get as angry over people suffering as you have shown about process. Last night, as I slept outside, I took responsibility for all the tents and I was threatened with arrest. I told our chief I was prepared to be arrested because there are some things worth being arrested for. I now have a court date in September. I acted out of urgency and did the right thing. And I'm asking you to act with that same urgency. Act with the urgency you did in banning plastic straws. Our people are far more important. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeannie Williams. I'm a transgender woman, and I've lived in St. Pete for 3 years now. I was a college student at USF St. Pete back in 2015 to 2017. During that time, I was homeless at one point, living out of my car, sleeping at the Skyway rest stop, which, by the way, is illegal to sleep at now. I had neighbors in their cars that also slept there. I don't have anything written down because I want to speak from the heart. I'm a full-time Uber driver, and I see every inch of this city. Just this morning, I picked up a little kid, an elementary schooler, at a motel and drove him 30 minutes across town to get to school because they got evicted over the summer. I didn't ask much. It's not my business. I'm here to get people where they need to go safely. What I'm confused about is how it's even a question of whether or not we can't vote on this. Why can we, the people, not decide for ourselves what is best for us? Why are we letting lawyers from out of town who don't even live here, who wouldn't even have the ability to vote on it, sway the decision and keep us from making the decision on what's best for us? If you're not in favor of rent control, then show up and vote against it, because that's how we do it in this country, in St. Petersburg. And I just feel like there's a lot of fear from the other side of this, of if it goes to vote, it's almost like they're speaking as if it's a given. If it goes to vote, it will pass. Maybe that's because when the people and the workers and the tenants unite and stand together, we will get anything done that we need to. Thank you.
Starlet Clark and Dominique Mendina.
My name wasn't said first, so I just wanted to make sure. Dominic Medina, I live at 111 6th Avenue North, apartment 18. I didn't prepare anything today. I wasn't going to speak because, like some people who have come up here, I thank God or universe or whatever you want to do. I've never faced some of the problems that you guys have faced, and geez, my heart weeps. I grew up privileged. I'm not poor now, but I definitely wouldn't call myself rich. But there's something that made me want to get up, and it's to address the landlords. And that's because, and I want to say something to everyone in this room. Unless a person is sick in the head, people do evil things. They are not evil. The Snidely Whiplash character twisting their mustache, it would be great. Oh, yeah, it's all those poor people that I'm keeping exactly where they are. That is not how it is. Unfortunately, I wish it was that black and white, because then we would know all the villains. But there aren't evil people, but there are evil actions. There are evil actions that are committed out of fear. You can call it fear, you can call it greed, you can call it whatever you want. But what I see is people being comfortable with the banality of evil, with people being comfortable with inaction and allowing people to be taken advantage of. And I don't think that that's the landlords. And that's the other great trick. And I wish this was still being broadcast because I wanted to talk to everyone. That's the other great trick. Mr. Dean, you were right. In truth, it should not be landlords or slumlords, whatever you want to call them, against the tenants. We should be united. And the real truth is that there are even greater powers who make it hard for the landlords and then make it hard for us. And sure, there are some landlords that aren't suffering, but a lot of them, they do want to do the right thing, but their hands are tied. And so that's why we have to remember that this is a start. This They're declaring a state of emergency and allowing people to live and survive is a start of systematic change that needs to go throughout this entire country. Yes. And it is ridiculous that you say something like rent control will solve anything. Well, of course, yes, of course there are more problems. Of course we need to do other things. But this is a start. And that's what you have to ask yourself at the end of the day. I don't believe any of you are evil. I'm not going to sit up here and say something like that because that's ridiculous. Absolute statements like that are ridiculous. But I'm sure that some of you have done evil things. I've done evil things, if you want to call it that. I don't know. Out of fear, out of mistrust. But at the end of the day, this is about doing the right thing. And the right thing is rent control. Thank you.
Charlotte Clark and Ruth Beltran. Give us your name and address for the record.
Hello, Ruth Beltran, 345 Fifth Avenue in St. Pete. I am outraged by what I'm listening take place here today. So landlords for the last 2 years, including all of the Bay Area Apartments Associations that are here, have been allowed to raise rent prices to the point where they have created this crisis. So they do that for 2 years, take advantage of it as much as they can. And now that the city commission is trying to do the right thing and putting a stop to it and limit their greed, now they get to come here with their experts and so-called attorneys and tell you everything about how rent control will not work. But this is because you are trying to put a cap and limit their greed and the suffering that they can implement on the people of St. Pete. They did say a lot of things about how rent control is going to, for example, someone mentioned an example of the city, a developer pulling out of a project in Orlando. I think that's a win for the people. Developers pulling out is an opportunity for the city of St. Pete to jump in and buy those properties and make it into city-owned public housing. Let all developers back out. Please do. Leave our city. Let's have affordable housing for all workers and for all people here. I also heard about how rents will continue to go up despite having rent control. Well, rents have continued to go up already. What is the problem with putting a cap on it and limiting a landlord's ability to raise rent? Hundreds and hundreds of dollars that we know our workers are not receiving in increased wages because you have not passed anything reflecting a living wage for the people of St. Pete. Another point that they made is that, oh my goodness, people will leave and landlords will lose money. Well, that's okay because the working class has been losing money endlessly and you seem not to care about that. So if they need to leave, goodbye, leave. That's what should happen. Your responsibility is to the people. You have zero responsibility to corporations and to landlords. That is not your responsibility. You are responsible for making sure that the residents of St. Pete have affordable housing because housing is a human right. Landlords and corporations making money, it is not a human right. It wasn't yesterday, it is not today. That's just our reality because we live under capitalism, a system that prioritizes profit over the needs of people. And that's exactly what's rotten this city and this country and this state because the people cannot afford to survive. But just want to remind you,
Jack Wallace, and Heidi Hicks. Please give us your name and address for the record.
My name is Jack Wallace. I live at 341 Fifth Avenue North, St. Petersburg. I see all of our landlord friends have come out of the woodwork today to try to protect their ability to profit and leech off the hardworking people of St. Petersburg. It's disgusting that these people are allowed to come into this room and advocate for their continued rising profits while they raise rents, evict families, and throw people out onto the streets. I wonder why all of the people who profits will be mildly affected by this measure don't want this to happen. These parasites have been parachuted in from across the state to come in to protect their bottom lines. 40, 50, 60% of people's incomes are going towards rent. Will you, City Council, make people choose between insulin or rent? Will you make them choose between food for their children or rent? This is an easy decision for you to make. This is a problem of capitalism, plain and simple. Our wages crawl upwards while rental rates explode. They have no justification for this other than to line their own pockets. Businesses continue to see record profits while the working class and the working people of the city are bled dry. We have seen record rates of building here in the Tampa Bay area and in St. Pete in the last 10 years. There are more homes in St. Petersburg than there are people. There is no housing shortage. All of these developers and landlords are worried about killing development. I wonder why the people who stand to profit from more development advocate for it. I say after we pass rent control, let's cut out the middlemen. Let's eminent domain these housing projects. Let's run it under the city government. Public housing that's charged based on your income. Housing as a human right. That's how we fix the housing crisis. Luckily, we don't need to care about what you think about rent control. It's up to you to let the people decide. Orange County have gone ahead and pulled the trigger, and we are demanding the city declares housing state of emergency. The people can decide for themselves on the referendum this fall. Vote yes.
My name is Heidi Hicks. I live at 525 12th Avenue Northeast in the Terrier Properties Bamboo Apartments. I'm a worker and resident here in St. Petersburg, and I'm calling on City Council to do what is in their power to allow the housing crisis to be voted on by the people. In a time when many of us are losing faith in our democratic system that does not truly represent the needs of the people, it has made this decision by City Council more important than ever. I have been renting in the city of St. Petersburg for 3 months now. However, my rent is being increased starting in September. And at this trajectory, I will soon have to find somewhere else to live. Even though I've known my landlord personally for years, they've remained insistent that my rent is going to increase, even though nothing in my building or unit will change. Additionally, my neighbor in the Terrier Properties Bamboo Apartment building has suffered greatly at the hands of landlord negligence with no compensation that is adequate. Her ceiling collapsed in her bedroom, making her living space uninhabitable as she returns to school as a teacher this fall. Additionally, my current roommate and her partner cannot find any affordable housing in the city, even though one of them works full-time in the city as a city employee. Putting rent control on the ballot is a crucial step for alleviating the pressure that my fellow workers in St. Pete and I face as our city is transformed before our eyes. I'm hoping that City Council will make the right decision and allow the people to have a say in this housing emergency and to establish democratic legitimacy of our city in a time when government officials are answering to everyone but the democratic majority of workers. Thank you for your time, and we hope you make the right decision.
Jabbar Edmond and Addison Gervitz. Please state your name and address for the record.
Jabbar Evans, Child's Park. We've been here on that city council, that city hall since last night. A lot of us stayed the night. We slept on the steps. But the reality, I went home, right? I had a tent. The rain actually went into my tent, so it was wet. I couldn't sleep in the tent. So I went home. But then when I was home, I was thinking like, imagine what the people are going through that can't go home. When that rain comes and it gets all your stuff wet, like you have nowhere to go. You have nowhere to dry off. You just got to air dry, right? So, so it made me think, right? So all us kind of have luxury, right? Maybe not the fine things, but we all have the luxury of going home and kicking our feet up. And what we want to do is help more people have that same luxury in the city of St. Pete. I wrote a few things down, so I'm going to just go through it slowly. Okay, housing is a public safety and a public health issue. This is not about investors and investments. This is about people and families. And what we have to do, we have to prioritize the people over the profits. We have to look our real estate buddies in the eyes and say, hey, we might have to take a loss. You might can't raise your rent 50% next year. It might only have to be 5% if the people vote on it. So we have to be realistic. There's no guarantee that this will pass. There's no guarantee that the people will vote for it in large numbers. I think we got a good idea that people will, but we need the opportunity to have the vote. We need that opportunity. Also, I wrote this down too. A legal opinion. The attorney has been giving their legal opinion on this for months. I remember we started this like in December, November last year, and we heard a lot about the attorney's opinion. And it's just that it's an opinion, y'all. The city council are the elected officials. No one voted for the city attorney. They're not elected officials, and they shouldn't have so much power, right? You have to have the ability to look past what an opinion is, because that's not law. It's an opinion. And Orange County showed us that there's a different opinion on this same issue. I was kind of disappointed when I found out about how the language and the tenants union was put into it. And I didn't understand that. I still have a lot of questions about that because that just doesn't seem right. This information was from the Harvard study that was done in January. All right, thank you.
Hi there, my name is Addison Gurvitz. I live at 265 58th Street North. Like many of the people here today, I have firsthand experience with a lot of people in our community. I've worked in retail pharmacies in our area, in St. Petersburg, up in the beaches, and other municipalities in the area. I've seen firsthand what everyone is talking about when a patient has to reconcile the idea of, can I pay for my insulin, or can I pay for my rent, my water bill, my electricity? I've had multiple instances where patients have begged to have a discount on medications that I cannot give them. I've seen it firsthand that these people struggle. There's a large swath of the members of our community that are working 40, 50, 60 hours a week. They cannot make ends meet. No matter how many hours they work, no matter how hard, no matter how much they push themselves, there is no outlet. The only option they have is to leave. Obviously, rent control is not the ideal solution. We want something more permanent. Everyone wants something that's going to actually solve the problem. But in the meantime, we have large masses of people that are becoming homeless or are at risk of homelessness from a single medical bill, from a single water bill. We need a temporary stopgap that can stop people from ending up on the streets. I don't know if you know how many days this last week it has rained in a row. Pretty much every day, right? That's every single day that people are out on the streets suffering when they don't need to. I urge you to take action now. Thank you.
Carrie Mueller and Janie Melissa Karoki. Please give us your name and address for the record.
So, hi, my name is Janie Melissa Karaoke, and I live at 236 10th Avenue Northeast, St. Petersburg. So, for me, I think it's completely obvious what's happening here. These are the people, this is our city. You have students, service workers, just workers in general, medical professionals here to tell you all of their housing, just like all of the things that are happening with their housing necessities and how their rents are increasing, my rent's increasing. And then you have landlords that are coming from different states and cities so that they can possibly protect their profits. It's kind of comical, honestly, that we're not prioritizing our people enough. And how many stories do you have to hear until you're going to take action? It's really sad. Like 4,000 homeless kids in this city. Like, honestly, it's just like ridiculous. We don't need more housing. There's empty houses. We don't need more luxury apartments. We don't need more people coming in working from home with these like big budgets that can just push us all out. It's crazy. You had a man come stand up here and say he's a millionaire and thinks he's suffering. Like the delusion, like it's a hell of a drug. Like you've got to be delusional to say some of these things. Like just completely out of touch. I didn't even sleep last night. I came out here and I was in a tent all night, but I definitely didn't get a lick of sleep because the way my anxiety works, I'm not going to be able to sleep outside on the sidewalk. Like I don't know how I would be surviving month after month, day after day on the sidewalks. Like it's crazy. And the fact that that can be so many people's fate, like instantly because of these high prices. It's not small amounts. Like everyone's rent's going up by $300, $400, $500, and it's ridiculous. Like the city, we need a state of emergency. The people need to vote on things, and the fact that it's a question. Honestly, you should really internally look at your ethics. You should look at your morale. You should look at like, what is it that how do you sleep at night? Like, how do you go to sleep at night knowing your entire city is suffering? These landlords aren't suffering. You heard it. They're millionaires. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, I'm literally working day and night as a server. Like, this is insane. Like, everybody is suffering. Like, people are sleeping on the streets. People are dying. People are killing themselves from houseless. How much more do you need to hear? Because honestly, I like literally feel like I'm about to pass out. Like, I don't even know how I'm standing here. I just called into work. I'm about to be late because this is so urgent. It's an emergency. And I need every hour I need every dime I can get from working, but here I am.
Hi, my name is Carrie Mueller. I live at 1125 James Avenue South, and I'm here to speak out in how we need to immediately address the housing crisis. It's very apparent, the severity of the issues that we're dealing with. I just wanted to say that we have a responsibility to address the housing crisis as a community. We have very caring and dedicated community groups between the local activists that are here, the local church members and the leaders, the volunteers, the neighborhood groups, the city of St. Petersburg, the city council, the mayor's office, and nonprofit groups. We're all trying to work to solve this problem. The activist groups that are represented here today, they deserve a lot of recognition for the hard work that they have been doing and what they have accomplished. They have brought awareness to the housing and crisis, and they have demanded action. They have organized and they have made changes in 4 major cities in Florida. There is even regional representation throughout the I-4 corridor. On June 29th, Mayor Welch announced he is restarting the RFP process for the gas plant district redevelopment. There were 3 community meetings asking for input, and it resulted in the attendance of over 1,000 residents. The People's Council and the tenant union attended, and they voiced their support for public housing built on city-owned land. Carla Correa has also identified important actions that need to be taken to protect affordable housing. She is asking for a huge expansion of the St. Pete Housing Authority and to build out units to the maximum available that can be owned and operated by the city. She said there are over 520 units that could be owned and operated by the city. And we also both agree that the Sadowski Act funds need to be prevented from being raided. Florida lawmakers swept more than 2.3 billion in the Sadowski Trust Fund money. In the fiscal year 19 and 20, only 85 million of the 350 million were available for their intended programs. Nick Carey has been advocating for affordable housing through the Faith in Florida organization. He's encouraging everyone not to let any recent voting law changes discourage you from voting. Your vote is more important than ever. Brother John Muhammad has been working tirelessly as an advocate for the community and recently hosted an episode on the Breakfast Club with Reno Moore and Jabbar, the Breakfast Club with James Corbett, and he spoke about the city's programs to transform vacant lots into affordable housing. There's a lot of backing from multiple local ministries, including Pastor Andy at Allendale Methodist Church and Ben at Unitarian Universalist Church. And in Campbell Park, the Greater Mount Zion AME Church has been actively advocating for our neighbors. So just following the mayor's decision to request new proposals for the gas plant district redevelopment, we were able to provide input. We have a responsibility and we need to add in initial inventory of public housing.
Sierra Clark and Jaleesa Blackshear. Please state your name and address.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good to see you back in the chamber, Mr. Clerk. Jaleesa Blackshear, 2510 10th Street South. First of all, I'd like to start off saying that I don't appreciate being threatened with intimidation practices that were being administered last night from the Pinellas County Sheriff. I also don't appreciate the mayor telling council members if the resolutions passed today that he will use his strong mayor powers and veto it. It seems like the mayor's trying to undermine the place-based grassroots efforts of democracy that he ran on and ultimately got him elected. And to the local Black politicians and the elite that are in the mayor's pocket, I'm not trying to attack a Black man. I think we need to protect Black men at an all-time high right now. My tiff is against the Pinellas Democratic Party. I also want to comment on Councilmember Hanowitz's response about the procedural issue and her energy that she used to admonish Councilmember Fix Sanders and us working class people here. Please keep that same energy and use it towards your colleagues who actually represent the HLUT committee. This is not a personal attack, Councilmember Gabbard, but I think you should be recused from this vote today. And if this subject comes up in HLUT, I think you should also be recused. Not talking about Councilmember Floyd, but the other two remaining council members who have overtly violated public trust, since we're talking about ethics, by sitting at a bar at Doc Ford's consuming alcohol and shrimp. So how far are we going to talk about the procedural issues that make up our city council? I do want to congratulate the Bay Area Apartment Association on your accomplishment of buying out 2/3 of our elected legislators and our Democrat-elect administration, and also acknowledge that you couldn't buy out the county commissioners. I see you laughing over there. Yeah, it's funny, huh? And ultimately, I want to give strength to my peers and my colleagues and my constituents. Yes, we may lose this battle today, but there's 3 other referendums that this legislative body wants us to vote on come November, and we should vote no to every single last one of them. Mr. Carey, we'll talk about it later, but I know you want to keep the vote in on even years, but which is also attached to that referendum. We are protecting city council members who would be ultimately drawn out of their district due to the gerrymandering coming from Tallahassee. So let's vote no, and whoever's voted out through that process, you should be termed effective immediately. So let's continue to use our voices and ultimately our voting power. I yield for now. Thank you.
Joy for everything, everyone. My name is Sierra Clark. I live at 4544 22nd Avenue South. This is my second time standing before you. I didn't, until maybe a year and a half, know that it was even okay to stand before you, to speak up for something for so long. So I might not have all the fancy words to make it make sense. But if you listen, my heart is gonna speak today. I don't know what to speak if I'm speaking from the almost 16-year employee at our local children's hospital, or from a family of a friend, or just a person who has the ability to intentionally put herself in other people's shoes. And one of the cool things that I like about people and humanness and togetherness is that when we talk to each other, we can gain a different perspective. I know we talk about the process and how the process stick to the process, but I think it's this process that has us process, and then the inability to grow. And I call it to supersize our consciousness. And so if you're digging with a spoon and I come with a shovel and I say, hey, you can try this, and you seeing the benefit of having the shovel opposed to the spoon because it's been your process for so long, and you not being willing to even try my shovel, to even be willing to give us the chance to do what we as the people can vote, that's so unfair. And I know they say the fair is the thing you go to with the amusement, but it is starting to feel like we are the people that are the amusement to the people that pay to come here to see the attraction. And you can see because we got this camera, so now our phones can video those who are in need of our help. And they can get a bunch of likes, but there's nothing likable about those things. And so also the mother who is on the cycle, who has to choose between if she's gonna feed the children or pay the rent or go to school so she can be an active part in this. And so this is definitely connect the dot. Do y'all remember that thing when we were little, had a bunch of dots all over the paper? And so I think it's time for us to connect the dots, but in a way that we've never connected, that doesn't feel like process, but feel like you doing what you would want somebody to do for you if it was you. And not somebody you know, but if it was you. And not in the moment when they did the degree, but in that very moment when you're crying out from that place that needs to be heard. And so work that I love to go to. And so I have a friend, she asked me how much I got paid because I don't know how much I got paid.
Thank you.
Because so much more about life is not about currency.
Wendy Castro and Claude B. Please give us your name and address for the record.
My name is Wendy Castro. My address is 525 12th Avenue Northeast. I'm so glad that Lisette is back. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Wendy, and I am here today because I'm a teacher. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a codes inspector. I'm not a city council member. I'm here because my entire bedroom roof collapsed on July 31st and caused almost $4,000 worth of damage. My landlord, Terrier Properties, and human filth, Peter Ford, has refused to reimburse me for even a third of this, just a $300 rent credit. They now have an active codes violation for repairing my roof without a licensed professional and a permit. I do not qualify for any of the law services because they follow poverty guidelines. In the words of a lawyer I spoke to, in Florida, landlords are king and tenants are nothing. I'm here because I'm scared. I'm shaking. I'm scared that I won't be able to find affordable housing once I get my notice for non-renewal because I reported and fought my landlord. I'm scared because they're harassing me, stalking me, recording me, and I have no viable voice against them according to tenant law. I'm scared for the majority of my students who are low income and are too young to control the implications of their housing on their education. I'm scared for one of my students who told me they couldn't even afford pencils for their classes and comes from a family environment who is struggling to make ends meet. I'm scared for my students who have big dreams in a city that they can't afford. I'm calling on my city council members, especially you, Miss Lisette. to protect me and my students and everyone else in this community from suffering under these slumlords exploiting us. I work hard and contribute to my community every single day. I leave my house early to prepare for my kids, and I leave late to make sure they have everything they need. I pay my rent and I do what I'm supposed to. My question is, why am I less than you, Lisette? I do my job, and I'm a human being educating your kids, your nieces and nephews, your grandkids. Why do I deserve to sleep on the floor because my landlord won't reimburse me for a bed? Why do I deserve to not have a place to call home? Why do you deserve a home and I don't? P.S. To the landlords complaining about the cost of air filters, boo-hoo. Get a job like the rest of us. And as we say in Spanish, si se puede.
We need her name and address. We've got to get name and address on everybody. We missed that one. Do you have it on there?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you.
You said it.
All right. My name is Claude. I live at 512 Dartmoor Street North. I want to speak initially to what I've been hearing a lot of independent landlords here saying today, which is, I'm a person and I own a building and there's people that live in the building and we're all human beings. But this doesn't speak to the real threat that a lot of tenants in this city are facing due to conglomerate corporations and sequestered landlords like Peter Ford, who we just heard about, who has monopolized the entire downtown area. You can stand on any street corner, throw a stone, and it'll hit a Terrier building or the skeleton of a condo that they're in the middle of erecting that we will never be able to afford to live in. That is an eyesore. And I would also like to speak to the landlords who have said today that rent control, our ability to vote on rent control, will only hurt the renters, because this isn't a fact, it's a threat. It's a threat to our future. It's a threat to every person in this room that's working class, that's renting. And I would like to also emphasize the fact that each and every one of you sitting here, you work for us. You're public officials. So why are we out here prostrating ourselves before you so that we can secure our right to vote on something? And how do you get to use your 3 minutes to throw a temper tantrum up here in front of all of us, but people who are nearly imperceptibly clicking their fingers together are getting taken out of the room? They're being taken out of the room and spoken to individually about breaking decorum. And there's people in here playing piano music on their phone, telling people they're millionaires and laughing about people's family members who have died, who have passed because they didn't have housing. So it's clear to see where each and every one of you stand, and we're not here to ask you for anything. We're just letting you know so that we're all on the same page, that we're here fighting for our rights. And you can accept that. You can move forward in time with us, or you can resist that. But either way, we are the majority. And I guess I yield for now. Thanks.
Jim Donnellan and Natalie Marcelin. Please give us your name and address for the record.
Jim Donnellan, 518 3rd Avenue South, St. Petersburg. I'm also president of the Democratic Club of St. Petersburg. Last week, the overwhelming majority of this council, at the behest of, among others, the Chamber of Commerce, voted to put on a November ballot a corporate welfare question that was defeated last November when a majority of this council was elected. If it's approved in November, the hardworking property owners of this city will have to make up in their property taxes whatever corporate giveaways you approve. This council has had since February an opportunity to craft an ordinance to put this rent control question on a ballot, and you failed to do so. Now, as we approach the deadline, some of you are planning to hide behind the legal department's preference to have an ordinance instead of a resolution. The state law does not require an ordinance. The Pinellas Supervisors of Election does not require an ordinance. We urge folks to use the political process to resolve problems. But when the political process ignores the will of the people, we leave them with few options. The failure of past councils to do anything to preserve the affordable housing stock in this city have caused this problem, and it is now up to you to take action to mitigate this failure. Yesterday, I saw Mayor Welch say this, if this passed, it would be an incentive for landlords to raise rent above the $1,200 threshold. I disagree. From my and other experiences, landlords do not need any incentive to raise rents. This is a supply and demand question, as we have allowed the stock of affordable housing to be demolished to make way for towers of luxury. The diminished availability of affordable housing has provided the opportunity to raise rents on an ever-limited stock of housing available to the working folks that keep St. Petersburg on our path to progress. It's true that the city administration and the county are doing what they can to provide affordable housing, but many of these projects are 2, 3, or more years away from providing relief. The crisis is here and now. Even if you do not support the underlying proposal, please vote to allow this to go forward to the ballot and let the people vote. Thank you.
Natalie Marsland, Courtney Hartley, and Dr. Christy Foss. Please give us your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Courtney Hartle. I live at 1046 6th Street North. I was born and raised in the Tampa Bay area and just moved back from Austin, Texas, which is currently experiencing a housing crisis. That's no secret. As a teacher out there, I witnessed firsthand the realities of an unmitigated housing crisis, and specifically the realities of what it can do to children. I should not have to explain any further how heartbreaking it is to work with homeless children. Homeless children, Councilperson Gerdes, Councilperson Hanwicks, homeless children, Councilperson Driscoll, homeless children, Realtor, Councilperson Gabbard. I moved back recently after my mom was diagnosed with stage 4 colorectal cancer. And in the 2 years that I've been gone, the cost of living here, the cost of housing here has been, it's grown astronomically. And I am, when I was making the decision to come back here, I wanted to be able to help care for my mom and to spend the remaining time that I have left with her, and worrying about housing and how I'm going to afford housing should not be part of that equation. That is my personal story, and it is one of so many personal stories, so many that you have heard here today, and so many that you haven't, because they haven't been able to be here today because they're worried about securing their housing and paying their bills. It's clear that there is a housing crisis, that there is a housing emergency in the city of St. Petersburg, that we need rent control on our ballot. And it's clear that it is what the people want. It is clear that the people of St. Petersburg, the people who live here, who work here, it's what we want. And as speakers before me have very eloquently stated, we are going to keep fighting for it. So I would implore you to think about how you want to be known and remembered by your constituents and your community when we do get the rights that we're fighting for. Thank you.
Dr. Christy Faust, I'm at 753 29th Avenue South. That's zip code 33705. I just do want to use some of my time because my heart really does go out to all of the stories that I'm hearing. I'm not in that place, and I know my privilege. And I just want to say that I hear you, and thank you to everyone who's sharing their stories in this place. I want to thank the first time speakers and those maybe who haven't spoken too much. You shouldn't have to have fancy words to come and talk to to the people here. You shouldn't have to have fancy words or degrees or anything else to come and do this. And I've heard some things about process that are keeping people distanced. There shouldn't be any distance. So thank you for everyone here, for everyone's left that was here. Just thank you for that. So I'm a former teacher, a current organizer, and along with just the comments I just said, through those two different positions I've had, I've learned you meet the people where you are. And so I am going to just relay process, right? We should make this easier for folks, not harder. And where are people now? If you're meeting the people where they are, we are in a housing crisis. And this ain't new. We've been here talking, some of the folks I've been in this room with, we've been talking about it for a year. Some of you are newer, right? We've been talking before you came into your seat, but we've been talking about it for a year. This ain't new. People have been saying it's a crisis for more than a year. No surprise there. And it's affecting everyone. The stories I'm hearing kids. I used to be a teacher. I saw it. Even then, before it was a crisis, there were houseless kids, and seeing the impact that has. And now it's worse. I heard seniors saying that they're worried about being on the street. And I imagine if my grandma or something was out there. I know my brother lives up in Ohio. He's been houseless. He's a former veteran. It's everywhere, and it's here too, and it's not right. It affects our Black neighbors, our people of color neighbors, our LGBTQ neighbors disproportionately. Does the sun shine on everyone equally in St. Pete? We like to say it does. The folks in this room know it doesn't shine the same way south of Central. So if we want to be a city that shines on everyone equally, equitably, now's the time to do the right thing. I've seen some good stuff come from this council. The ARP funds, we're using like 75% of those ARP funds for housing. That ain't helping people right now, though. People need something that will help them now. We need a housing state of emergency made so that we can decide to vote on rent stabilization. It ain't a cure-all. It ain't a fix-all. We know that. It gives folks breathing room. It gives you breathing room to get a plan to help people now.
Wilford Brazen. And the second speaker, I can't recognize the name, but it's a partial address of 4517.
All right. Wilford Brazan is my name, 3301 58th Avenue South, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33712. I just want to keep it short and say, let's do the right thing. We all know America has made laws that's not right. We know the 400 years we did and more wasn't right. We know the Jim Crow law wasn't right. So just because something is legal, that doesn't mean it's right. You know, if we don't control this rent, this is going to be the next Skid Row. I mean, the crime rate is going to go up. I mean, people got to go somewhere. So when they come downtown to St. Pete, nobody's going to want to come here. So that means the value of St. Petersburg is going to go down. So that means you're hurting yourself. So if I was you, I would work with the people that's here that's saying, keep the rent down. We need to work on that. Because like I said, if you get people, if you get the rent going up and people are becoming more homeless and homeless, they're going to come down here. They're going to be around Tropicana Field. Nobody's going to want to buy a baseball ticket to see the Rays when you got a bunch of homeless people there. So trust me, we'll lose the property value of this whole city. You know, it won't be St. Petersburg. It's going to be Chicagoburg. It's going to be a lot of crime going up. So let's do the right thing. You know, God don't like ugly. Y'all saw what happened in 2020. He'll shut it down if you don't want to make it happen. He sure will. You can't beat him. You can't defeat him. So I just want to let y'all know, do the right thing. I know that clock say a minute, and look, I'm Derek Fisher with it. The truth is the truth. All right, let's do the right thing. Please make a change. Let's come together. Black, white, LGBT, Christian, rich, poor, whatever you are, neutral, lukewarm. Let's just do the right thing, please. All right, we got money. I see a lot of construction downtown, and I see a lot of destruction on the south side, Jordan Park, just wiped it all away. Can't even let the black people stay in the hood. Just come on. It's done. You know, the 1800s is done. The 1900s is done. Let's move forward. Okay. You know, as a black leader, I'm saying let's do the right thing. Don't be calling me talking about come stop this madness, because I'm not gonna stop it, because I'm gonna say I'm here telling y'all now. Let's please work together. Thank you. Power.
Can you give us your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Danny, and out of protest, I've refused to give my address for folks who are forced to live in the streets and terrorized and criminalized every single day on stolen land. I'd like everyone to recognize that here, that you are on stolen land. And this land you claim you own. You charge more than people can afford. And in that situation, you have people window shopping for food in order to pay their rent, or, having to push their bills back so far that they're worried if their light or their water is going to get shut off. And in cases where people have children, they're worried if their lights and their water get shut off, if their children will be taken away. From this police state that we're under, this colonial settler state that continues to this day through the land disposition program, as the last person just spoke of, taking over the South Side, taking over homes in the name of the city. They're putting liens on homes through the land disposition program. They're taking those homes over, and then the city owns them. They give those to hand-picked contractors, handpicked by the city, not elected people. And they give those to those contractors. They give those properties to those folks in areas that look like an apartheid system. Well, they come in and they take over houses in places where there's not even a grocery store or a hospital, the grocery stores and hospitals that once existed. So this land disposition program, the first 18 months, the contractors don't have to pay anything. And then on the first day of the 19th month, as I read, they pay, I believe, $50 a month. And that all gets added into the sale price when they tear down the property or fix it up and sell it. So these hand-picked contractors are getting these properties for free. This is a colonial settler project of white contractors who are taking over predominantly black areas. If you don't believe me, look on the land disposition program list and see where the houses are. Those houses need to remain in community hands. I'm here as part of the working poor, come from work to this place because you refuse to have it at a decent time where working people could show up, where poor working people could show up. And I'm here to support the folks who are struggling against this police state, against this colonial settler system, who refuse to recognize the dignity of the people, of the constituents that they claim to represent or have some sort of affinity for. Yet they can't even look them in the eyes because they speak in monologue, not in dialogue, and it trickles down. But the people are working, and it's gonna happen. So you can do rent control on the ballot this time, or you can.
Galen James and Jay James. Please state your name and address for the record.
A boo boy, what she say? My name is Jay James, and I am a third generation native of this city. My family has lived here for over 100 years. And I'm tired. I am tired of us having to continually come before various iterations of this board to demand our human rights. Housing is a human right. People have been fighting in the city for affordable housing since I was a child, before I was a child. My community has been hoodwinked by this very city multiple times. Oh, you destroy the gas plant, so you're going to build affordable housing, and look what we get, a Tropicana field. Oh, you promise things and never follow through. This is untenable. I've witnessed the city dispose of land by selling it to developers and say, oh, we're going to set aside 25% for workforce housing for 80 to 120% AMI. When you all could have developed that yourself. The old police station, that was prime real estate. But instead of saying, oh, we have a housing emergency, let's develop social housing for our people who actually need it. We're developing $100,000, $1 million homes there with some set aside for workforce housing, which is a scam. Because Black folk in the city, the median household income of Black folk in the city is 60 to 63% of the area median income. So tell me, what 80% gonna do for us? I've had family members after family members have to leave this city that my family helped build because it's gotten too expensive. I can give you some examples. Osprey Point used to be an affordable housing community. Just 5, 6, 7 years ago, one of the last times I was looking for housing, you can get a studio apartment up for $550. You wanna know how much they want now for the same studio? $1,200. That's an 8.1% annual compound interest rate. That's 118% in 7 years. But you know, they say it's a supply and demand. Housing is a human right. It should not be a supply and demand issue. This is just infuriating. All we're asking is that you give it to the people. We're supposed to be a democracy. I know it's a representative democracy, but like, we would love for our people to actually decide for themselves if this is something we should do. Thank you.
Asen Williamson and James Tremarco. Please give us your name and address for the record.
Aaron Williamson. I have poor handwriting, it seems. 1126 18th Avenue North in Council District 4. I just wanted to relate a story from my life that happened to me last week that is what motivated me to come here today. I was in my bank, Wells Fargo. It was right at the beginning of the day and there was a long line. And so I was making small talk with the woman in front of me about, you know, how the virus never seems to go away. And she said something that I didn't understand at first. She said, I wish they would just drop a nuclear bomb and just end it all. Because I don't have the strength to do it myself. And I said, what caused you to have such a dark perspective? And she said that her adult son was in a debilitating car accident a couple of years ago, and she's his sole caretaker and sole provider. He had a large portion of his lower intestine removed and has chronic Crohn's. She works a low-wage job, and her landlord the day before had given her 30 days notice because the housing market is very favorable right now, and she wanted to sell the house. So she was like, how do I care for my son and find new housing when I can barely afford the place I live in now, while I'm working, you know, 2 jobs. And this like struck me so much because, you know, you barely have to scratch the surface in the city right now to see a just tremendous amount of suffering directly linked to the housing crisis. I didn't ask this woman anything about herself, and this is what she came out with. And if it's just below the surface right now, then it will overwhelm us in the coming years. And the measure to put it on the ballot for a year of rent stabilization, I think it's a small measure, it's a temporary measure, but without something, this is going to cause a tremendous amount of suffering in our city. And so I urge you to do something. Thank you.
Hi, my name is James Trimarco. I live at 809 18th Avenue North. I don't have prepared notes the way I usually do when I speak to the city council. I worked all day today and would rather be resting, but I'm here because this is my hometown where I was raised, and I know that it is fighting for its life. It is in a state of critical emergency. And I know that some people have spoken before and questioned whether St. Pete is in a housing emergency. And I just offer you a couple of points, right? Washington Post about 4 months ago put out a list of the places that saw the largest increases in housing prices. And Tampa Bay was number 3 on the list, right? There were 2 other places that had a more severe increase. We're number 3. If that's not an emergency, then what is? You have to be number 1. It just doesn't make sense to look at the situation we have here and say this is normal or this is something that we should get used to. Another number that I talk about is that the city lost 7% of its Black population from the 2010 decennial census to the 2021. That's severe displacement. In other towns that see that kind of number, folks are talking about how to take action to make sure that the whole city's population isn't replaced with another one. I want to mention something as somebody who grew up here and lived in New York City for a while and lived in Seattle. Those places have high rents because you can get a job at Amazon. There are many, many people, tens of thousands of people making $150,000 because they work at Amazon. St. Pete isn't like that. There aren't, tens of thousands of jobs paying very high wages. People here work in restaurants and bars. They work in hospitals. A lot of them are here today. They need you to stand up for them. They're begging you to protect this town. This is my home where I grew up, and I came back here from New York because I love this place, because it has its diversity, it has its history, it has its multi-generational families, it has its arts, it's special. There's no place in Florida, there's no place in the South like St. Pete. This is my home. If this stuff is destroyed, it can't be put back together again. We got one chance to come and defend this town, and I'm hoping that you guys do the right thing by us today.
Jesse Ellison and Diaz Farrell. Please give us your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Jessie Ellison. I live at 1126 18th Avenue North. I haven't prepared anything. I just came here because I feel so strongly about us being able to have our vote, to be able to ask for rent control if that's what we want, or to be able to deny it if that's not in our objectives. It doesn't matter to me personally, like it does to some of these people, like some of the elderly, some of the disabled, some of the minorities that may have a harder time in life than someone with my skin color and my appearance. But I do feel very passionate about giving people the right to vote for themselves. And I can't help but wonder if maybe this is being pushed out so that the community is more opulent at the time that's favorable to put the vote forward than it is currently now, because people are losing their homes. People are having to make choices about whether they have the medication that they need in order to be alive, in order to continue, in order to take care of their children. I have friends who are teachers, and being a teacher right now is a very dire situation. They have to choose between being able to pay their own bills or whether they give some of those funds to some of the children that might be more needy than they are, which that's not a position we should put teachers in. That's not a position we should put any public servant in. So I ask you, please, not for anyone in particular, but because you are the civil servants that we elected, please give us the choice to make a vote for ourselves. Thank you.
Diaz Farrell, 833 22nd Street South. $700 is what my rent was proposed to increase. And that is also one of my bi-weekly paychecks. How am I supposed to show that I make 3 times the income when I can only make that in 2 weeks? There's actually no legitimate way possible. And this is living with a roommate. Now my situation has changed to where I'm forced to live with an additional person so we can keep our costs affordable. And I guess the question to throw up is, what does affordable mean? That term is subjective. What's affordable to me is not affordable to everyone on this chair. Let's be straight, let's be honest, let's be real. My affordable is completely different from your affordable. So if you can tell me what constitutes for your affordable housing off of your paycheck and how I can propel myself to get there, then that would be awesome. And I've heard a lot of, rent control isn't possible, rent control, it's just not eligible by the law. Okay, well then, instead of just saying no, hard pass, why don't we go to the next best thing? Why don't we use our brains and our noggins and try and figure out, well, if we can't do rent control, what's the next best thing? What's something else that the people can benefit from if rent control isn't going to be it? We don't have to stop here. We can keep going. And I'm sure y'all are familiar with our failure factories. I don't understand how it is possible for the 5 lowest rated schools in the state of Florida to all be within a 5-mile radius of each other. And those are all within a 5-mile radius of the Tropicana field too, which is, 5-mile radius from downtown. So how do we have the lowest rated schools in Florida right outside of this county that is coming up in costs? I would like to know what makes this county, what makes this neighborhood worth it? If the schools we're sending our children to are D-rated, F-rated, why would I want to pay thousands in housing a month to not even ensure that my child is getting an education? I don't understand. And so if y'all could provide some understanding, that would be awesome. Not everyone can afford to put their children in the private education section, which is where we have to come to terms with, where are we going to allocate our resources? Are we going to protect the people who have money, or are we going to stop turning a blind eye to the people who don't have money and allocate our resources in the funds in the future of our students? Supply and demand. Is there demand for housing? I mean, we might not have that demand if we didn't take away Section 8 housing. The Wayland used to be Section 8 housing. But for whatever reason, the city decided that we don't need to protect those low-income tenants anymore. So they took it away, slapped it on as luxury living, and half the people I know there are very dissatisfied with their living experience at the Wayland. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we're going to go to the Zoom speakers. Jenna Sierra. Jenna, once you enter into the meeting space, please unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jenna Sierra. I'm at 4387 Gallagher Road. And I'm here to speak to you on why we need rent control currently. That address is a different address than the one I gave last week, and that's because I've been displaced from St. Petersburg because of a rent increase of $500. I first just want to thank all of the organizers here that have made this meeting today possible. We wouldn't be here without Florida and the Tenants Union. Please let this pass and allow it to move through the Youth and Family Committee. I've heard a lot of very disturbing things today. I've heard, I recently read that student homelessness is increased by 3,000%. That should disturb you. That should make you stay awake at night. Like, it should bring you shame that that is happening in your city under your watch, especially when there's a solution. It's not perfect. It's not going to solve everything, but it can do something. I could be here. I could be speaking in person right now if it wasn't for the fact that we don't have rent control. It upsets me, the paternalistic tone speaking by the council and landlords towards renters. We are students, teachers. I'm sorry, I'm not sure if you've been having a hard time hearing me.
I just want to affirm again that I'm in strong support of rent control, and we as renters should be able to make our own decisions about our own future. I wish I could be here today, but I can't because of my forced displacement because of rent increases. So I just urge the city council to support rent control. I'm sorry if I'm getting emotional. This is a very emotional topic for many of us. And Councilmember Hanowitz, I heard your upset, you being upset earlier about the procedures and the high emotions. And I hope you understand that this is not, for you, this is a day at work. For us, this is our lives and our homes and our communities that we have to live in and survive in. So, emotions are going to run hot. That's just the way things are. Rent control now. Thank you.
Next speaker, Jonathan Gomez. Jonathan, once you enter into the meeting space, please unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes to address City Council. Jonathan? Please unmute yourself. I'm going to go to the next speaker, Madam Chair.
Please.
Carolyn Ballinger, once you enter into the meeting space, please unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes to address City Council. Carolyn?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi, Carolyn Ballinger, 13250 Ridge Road. And if you don't see the emergency, then you're really not looking at the faces in the room today. It's just appalling to me that you can look at the faces and hear all these stories and still deny that there's a problem. You say it's not the right process, but these circumstances call for unprecedented and immediate action. You can't continue to deny that the problem is right here and right now in your own backyard. Disabled people are begging you. Children are begging you. Elders are begging you. College graduates are begging you. Teachers and nurses and officers and other public servants are begging you. In fact, everyone earning less than $30 an hour in this city is begging you for housing they can afford. Are you going to continue to ignore all our pleas? Or are you going to do something today? We're homeless now, not in November, now. We need help now. God and all of St. Pete is watching. How will you treat your neighbors today? We are the voters. No, we will continue to show up and we will continue to voice our concern. We will remember how you vote today when your name appears back on the ballot. And just for a note, they're charging $1,800 a month just for a 1-bedroom, not for a family home, but for a 1-bedroom apartment. They want us to make 3 times that. That's $5,400 a month or over $30 an hour. That's why I say $30 an hour. But if we're only earning $15 an hour, that's only $2,700 a month, meaning that if we need to make 3 times rent, our rent should only be $850 a month. Do you understand the discrepancy there? $850 versus $1,800. Yes, this is an emergency. This is the minimum you can do today for us. It's way too late. So please don't let the moment pass when you can step up and do the right thing for 90% of the working class in your city. 90%. The least you can do is to allow us to vote on our own future. Thank you, and I yield.
Chair, the next speaker's name is Dylan Dames. Dylan, once you enter into the meeting space, please unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address the City Council. Dylan?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Please state your name and address for the record.
Dylan Dames. I live at 10278 3rd Street North, Unit D. in the Sienna Bay Apartments. I'm here with Faith in Florida today, and I'm here to speak in favor of rent stabilization and the rest of the council members' motion. Sorry. As some of you may have remembered from last week, I'm new to St. Pete. I want to first reiterate a couple of my central points. I speak from the experience of an F1 visa immigrant artist that's lived in Central Florida for 6 years when I say that St. Pete is a coveted place to live. Everybody that's a creative wants to come here. The range of Black and queer creativity sets St. Pete apart from other Floridian cities. I've been proud to contribute to that in the 2 years that I've played music, organized, and interned in the city before officially moving here this past May. I see and hear a lot of other issues and risks being invoked against organizers and legal minds in favor of rent stabilization. And while I respect that, and I'm trying my best to understand those other risks and issues, I'm barely exaggerating when I say I hear about housing and accessibility and nothing else. I hear about nothing else. As a longtime advocate and newly a St. Pete organizer, I haven't lifted a finger on hot button issues across the state like Roe v. Wade and Don't Say Gay, because everyone that I talk to either fears not being able to afford a roof over their head, or they grieve the loss of their communities through monstrous gentrification. It's violent and pervasive, and again, it's literally all I hear about. People being too broke to afford housing. This is the emergency. It is the priority. From what I can gather and my limited understanding of the legal ins and outs of this, rent control is being understood as pretty much like a bad idea, I guess. But I just want to bring up that there's no perfect idea. There's no linear path forward to affordable housing. And especially in response to a crisis and emergency, risk is absolutely necessary. That comes with it. We know this to be historically true. Risk just comes with it. People in St. Pete need you guys to take this risk because, in the words of Councilmember Floyd last week, at some point, people need to at least see you try. You have an opportunity to do something you might consider dangerous and make history. And even if you consider it suicidal, everyone else here will consider it heroic. Thank you.
More speakers, Madam Chair, and that's all the speakers. So you can close.
All right. Thank you. City Council will take a 10-minute recess. We'll close public comment at this time. After the recess, we'll go into our executive discussion.
Recording stopped. Hello, I'm Gabe Ortiz. Hello, I'm Gabe Ortiz, and this is WEDU Arts Plus. Based out of St. Pete, the Tampa Bay Breakfast Club is a morning radio show about hip hop life and urban culture. Meet the hosts who inform and empower their listeners.
Edman. I go by Mr. Edman. My role, I'm host and I'm co-founder.
My name is Brother John Muhammad. Your Brother John.com. And my role on the Tampa Bay Breakfast Club is host or co-host.
I just go by Kiana. Sometimes you may hear the girls call me Q. I may say Q just depending on my personality that day. And I'm a female of the crew. I think I keep balance. When you look at the Tampa Bay Breakfast Club. So that's my role.
I'm Bruce Moore Jr. A lot of people do know Bruce Moore Jr. Obviously being born and raised here, going to school here. But there's many more people that know Reno.
St. Peter's small, and so the good things, and bad things that come with a small city. Everybody knowing each other. One of those pluses.
My neighbors were not only just my neighbors, they became family.
Trying to put that back now, really getting back to a place where we know our neighbors, we look out for each other. It was a St. Pete that existed south of Central, and then there was another St. Pete that existed north of Central and downtown. It was a struggle then, and I think it's still somewhat a struggle for black people in the city of St. Pete.
Even with every step we make, it's still a struggle to implement that progress.
Did y'all hear about the weed college, the cannabis college? This is serious.
If you got the charge, get a degree, you got years of experience, man. It ain't like you come into a classroom with no data.
Elon Musk said that a drug dealer knows how to manage and run a business better. The real facts. But what I'm saying is that we carry this industry on our back.
The way we started the Tampa Bay Breakfast Club, approached me about what could we do, how could we do something together, and an opportunity to promote Amendment 4. Amendment 4 is the voting rights restoration to returning citizens. We were able to negotiate a deal. We got like 30 minutes on the radio. 99 jams to talk about Amendment 4 and other local policies. To returning citizens. We were able to negotiate a deal. We got like 30 minutes on the radio. 99 jams to talk about Amendment 4 and other local policies and politics. Enjoyed it. So we started doing it on Sundays as like a podcast. At the time, Janet Michelle, she was our co-host, and she filled that role until she. And then we had Carla Bristol, Carla B. She came in for a season, and then Reno was behind the scenes. He was always present. We did organizing together, so he'd come and hang out. And then the things that he was saying off camera was like, might as well just have you on the show.
The negative thoughts that you're thinking about right now, any particular subject, y'all, just flip it. And problems, opportunities, man. We on a jump together right now. Being around people and clearly always talking, I just felt like at least learn something. So as you see that you're not going to shut up, you can have substance to your conversation and not just be labeled somebody who love to talk.
Really being informed, looking to give the information that isn't readily available in our community.
Multiple meteorologists can look at the same data and come up with different forecasts.
And so now you take those models, take that data and say, okay, based on all of that, you might be in between here and there. And that's what I'm saying. Most recently, after Carla B, transitioned out and went to do other things as well. Kiana, we invited Kiana.
I've been working with the guys for a while outside of this, and they called me to interview. And when I came in to interview that Sunday, after the show, they was like, hey, you need to be a part of the show. And I was like, okay.
I look at it almost like a band and the instruments, but it's just the instrument that we're using is our voices.
My voice is already kind of squeaky. I know I can get my voice can get squeakier.
You have to have your radio voice on. Have that vocal control.
I talk lower when I need to calm it down. And when I'm very passionate about it, I slow it down. And because I want you to understand what I'm saying.
What's good for the geese is good for the gander. So if you secrets, just know that she can too.
Okay, that's why you need it on the subway.
You just understand power. In terms of people's attention. Because it costs people's attention. That's why it's called pay attention.
We want to present local information right up there with the trending topics.
One thing that's a common denominator with all of us is that we're all passionate about our people.
For me, what you take from me is that I'm real and I'm passionate about the growth of our people.
The overall goal, I would say, is to have a more community. Around electoral politics, around health, around equity.
It's about the mission of connecting the dots and closing the gaps, inspiring people to see what's possible, and trying to be an example. I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing sometimes, but you do the best that you can with what you have, and pray that others will be inspired to join in.
For more info, visit cdatcenter.org/Tampa Bay Breakfast Club.
I'm saying it's true.
It's time to let them know. All in your community, showing love, it's true. Run the whole stage. Try to treat my people in any kind of way. Guess you got something to say. They call us ready to fight, ready to stand. So for real, we ran. When the world is against you, guess who with you? Concerned about your issue. It's time to let them know we be Florida. Yeah, we all in your community. Florida. Giving love, showing unity. Florida. Ain't nothing new, the eyes always be with Florida. Now what's wrong? Who messing with you? See, I'm missing it to this. Tell me your issue. And it don't matter what it is, we do it all time. Any kind of social injustice, it's gonna be a fight. Yeah, Florida, we right there. Criminal justice, the healthcare. We talking climate justice, we talking voter rights. And I can know you right, get up and show you right. Florida rising got my back, I feel alright, I feel like clowning. Now tell me who said what about a part of a house? The government keep raiding as the dogs get found. It's supposed to help the black and brown, but we ain't all you ain't called the landlords, slumlords. We ain't gon' stand for it. We're the profit over people. We see you in Canada, call us all God. Hit us hard, the pandemic. They don't care because they still evicted. Men, women, children. And you know that ain't right. Guess you got my back. I'm ready to fight.
I'm saying it's true.
It's time to let them know. Florida. All in your community. Florida. Showing love, Florida. It's true, so true. Florida rising on the move. Ain't nothing new, that's how we do. Florida rising on the move. Ain't nothing new, that's how we do. Florida rising on the move. Ain't nothing new, that's how we do. Florida rising on the move. Always with you, come on. Florida rising members, you know we love y'all. Matter of fact, let me get a Florida rising roll call. Polk County, Orange County, Leon, and Duval. Hillsborough, Pinellas, Osceola, come on, y'all. Hey, one time for for Seminole, Broward, and Miami-Dade. 2 times for Palm Beach, we run the whole state. So if you try to treat my people any kind of way, hey, guess who got something to say? They call it Florida Rising. Ready to fight, ready to stand. Florida Rising. So for real, we ain't playing. Call it Florida Rising. When the world is against you, guess who with you? Concerned about your issue. Florida Rising. It's time to let them know who we be. Florida Rising. Yeah, we all in your community. Florida Rising. Giving love, showing unity. Florida Rising. Ain't nothing new, the highs always be with Florida Rising. Now what's wrong? What's wrong? Who messing with you? See, our mission is to listen. Tell me your issue. And it don't matter what it is, we do it all types. Any kind of social injustice, it's gonna be a fight. That's right. Yeah, Florida Rising, we right there. On criminal justice, the healthcare. We talking climate justice, we talking voter rights. And if you know you're right, get up and show you right. Florida Rising got my back, I feel alright, I feel like clowning. Now tell me who said what about affordable housing? Cause the government keep rating that's a Dowski fund. It's supposed to help the black and brown, but we ain't getting all your fucking corporate landlords, slumlords. We ain't gon' stand for it. We're profitable people, we see you in Canada. Call us off guard, hit us hard. The pandemic, they don't care cause they still addicted. Men, women, children. And you know that ain't right, that ain't right. Guess who got my back? Ready to fight.
And leaving controlling precedent out when you knew the case existed, but you decided not to include it, and giving legal advice which led to a motion that you knew could not lead anywhere based on timing and the law. If the opposing side would do that, you would cry foul. It is not acceptable, no matter who does it. Today, you came before this council and acknowledged there is no path forward, yet this was known from the beginning. The contents of the resolution drafted had nothing to do with it. There was a threshold issue that had to be dealt with before the merits of the contents of the resolution. I know the position of our attorneys who have spent countless hours on some of the arguments you have made here today, and there is no reasonable way to interpret the statutes or the case law to come to your conclusion. They have provided us unbiased opinions. It was said that our attorneys are risk adverse. If there is a way we can do something, I know they let us know, and I think every city council member knows that. When I practiced in court, I saw attorneys day in and day out tell clients the truth of what their legal situation was, the good, the bad, the ugly. And it wasn't pretty because it was criminal court. They would admit they couldn't take a certain path on an issue because there wasn't a path forward. Everyone was telling us to follow the law when maybe they thought the law was on their side. But if we follow the law and you don't agree with it, then we are villainized as hiding behind the law. My frustration about the process is that we got here today because of legal arguments made to us. And there have been attorneys involved that know or should have known better. Everyone came here today expecting something else than what occurred. I like to think through the issues. I do think it is important. I think it is important that when we make decisions, they are well thought out, that they fall within the boundaries of what we can do as advised by our attorneys. As to the comment regarding sending it to the Youth and Family Services Committee, I stand behind that. And after I spoke, it appears that the motion has been amended to refer it to Cal. That is a different motion that I could consider just because it would fall within the purview of a Cal. But I want everyone to understand there are reasons that people can disagree, and they are not villains and vilifying people because they have different opinions where they could have a basis. I don't think gets us anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you so much. Jay's gone, but I want to concur with Jay. I'm tired too. I'm exhausted. I too used to deliver to the children at hotels. I saw what that looked like firsthand. We keep talking about a resolution. The resolution was the first thing I said we weren't going to move forward with. And we still had 30 speakers talking about a resolution that was immediately taken off the table that I'd hope would rectify and appease some of the issue in regard of policy and procedure. The motion that I carried, I made It had not been formally moved to a cow. Councilmember Gabbard asked me if I would consider it, and I said yes. That was going to be my second recommendation had we not decided on YFS, if that was not the first choice. But I was also asked to relate who was on what committees. So HLUT has council members Gabbard, Montanari, Driscoll, Floyd, and Councilmember Gertis is an alternate. YFNS, Youth and Family Services, is Fig Sanders, Willard Bowman, Gertis, Floyd, and Councilmember Hanowitz is the alternate. So for the person that asked, those are the committee members. And I also wanted it to go to YFNS because it can get on the calendar faster. And the ordinance had not been drafted. It would give us the opportunity to address some of the statements made by our landlords, our residents, our supporters, our advocates. And although it is going to committee, all council members are able to come to those committees. And I just wanted to make sure that the drafting of the ordinance met as much, I don't know if the word justice or neutrality as possible, because the HLUT, it didn't pass there in February. So why would we go back to the same committee? And I'm just trying to use common sense. It's not, and I agree, it shouldn't be against landlords, against tenants. So whoever created that hostility, please stop. It's about doing the right thing. It's having the correct verbiage that our residents hear us, knowing that we care about what is going on in our city. There is no doubt it's an emergency. Not to insult anyone's intelligence, but if you have not figured that out by now, regardless of what end of the spectrum you are on, if you have not figured that out by now, I don't know what else we have to do to prove that. I'm dealing with 6 different issues, 3, 4 of them in my own household about housing. Tried to evict my father. Daughter-in-law's rent went up twice in 6 months. Son couldn't find anywhere to live over here, so they had to move across the water. A friend of mine living 4 doors down, 61 years old, landlord went up on her rent almost double. And another friend of mine called, Deb, I need somewhere to live. So this is real for me. And so I don't apologize for anything I've done. And I know I was going to ask Jackie to speak, but one thing I will say, Deborah Fig Sanders wouldn't have done anything that Jackie did not give permission to do. If it was not allowable, she would have stopped me right there in my tracks. So before you insinuate that I did something wrong, please be corrected on that. Because she would not have allowed it if it was wrong. It may not have been a normal process or procedure, but it was allowable. So with that, I want to restate my motion so that we can have that conversation, because all we're doing is asking for a conversation to assist legal with the drafting of the ordinance and the emergency state of housing state of emergency. I am so exhausted that we're fighting so hard against having a conversation about trying to move forward. We're not asking anybody to sell your 3rd child. We're not asking anybody, that's not what we're asking. We're just asking to do the right thing. And let's talk about it. Let's encourage those other conversations. Let's have it. Let's include the mayor. I think I stated that when I first made my statement. And here we are 3 hours, 5 hours later. I'm saddened that we've had to go through this. I'm done. I stated the motion and I leave it as it is. A motion to refer to YFS for continued discussion requesting legal to draft a housing state of emergency ordinance and requesting a report from the clerk's office to include a 2023 special or primary election.
All right. So we have a motion and a second. We'll go to Vice Chair Gabbard.
Thank you. So I don't normally prepare my comments, but I think the brevity of the day requires that. So I just want to start by saying thank you to everyone who came out to speak on this issue. It definitely seems that the issue of housing is top of mind for everyone in our community. And I'm finally glad to see that we agree on that. My personal philosophy in all things I do is to attempt to work from where we agree. And I'm hopeful that we are moving forward on that basis with an air of respect for all people of this city. I cannot, however, let today go by without clearing the air on a few things that were said last week and reiterated this week. I reject the notion that if you do not agree on this one idea of rent control and the process that got us here today, that you do not care about the people of this city. Every single one of us care about this city, or we would not spend the time and energy that it takes to make it better for all of our residents. My entire life's work has revolved around creating a better quality of life for the people who call St. Pete and the Tampa Bay area home. That includes our elderly, our children, our veterans, our unions, our LGBTQ+ community, and our African-American community. I will continue to show up. I will continue to support them until my last breath. We can sit up here and claim to not be politicians and simply servants of the people, but if you're a true servant of the people elected to represent their best interest, then you have a responsibility to look at all the facts, weigh both sides, and make a prudent and responsible decision. And let's be honest, we all got here by raising money to win our elections. Most of us have accepted help from interest groups. I would actually say that all of us have in one way or another. Regardless of how noble those causes are of those groups, they are special interest groups regardless. Those donations may be smaller, they may be spread out amongst numerous individuals, or even hidden behind independent expenditure programs through PACs. But I would never, ever imply that a single dollar was accepted as a bribe or that any of us are bought and paid for. I would never imply that about any of my colleagues because I respect you. And I know that you sit here and you represent the people who've elected you to do so. And as Councilmember Hanowitz said earlier, even when we disagree, we do not have to be disagreeable. When we throw shade and we attack each other on the dais for our individual opinions, we perpetuate a narrative that some of us are bad and that others are righteous. This fuels a dangerous public rhetoric that incites online and public bullying and attempts at humiliating, intimidating, and misrepresenting the character of the people who sit on this dais. I know I'm going to expect an onslaught of hateful social media messages, emails after this meeting, because that literally happens every single week. My voting record speaks for itself. There's been a lot of conversation about whether or not I should recuse myself, whether or not that I should resign from the Housing Committee. I want to be very clear. I do not represent landlords. Do I represent anyone buying or selling multifamily properties or apartments in my business practices? I am a residential real estate professional who has helped countless single mothers, first-time home buyers, and people in lower income achieve financial security and housing stabilization by purchasing their first home. This experience is the reason that I ran on a platform of affordable housing in 2017, long before it was even a conversation in our city. Who I am has never been a secret. It's not new news, and I'm not ashamed of it. It has never been a conflict of interest in a vote I have taken. Regardless of the issue, I vote based upon the facts I have at hand, and I try to make the most balanced decision I can on each standalone issue. The public is entitled to their own opinion of public officials. It's understandable. We live mostly behind a dais when in front of the public, and it's easy to see title and position and media sound bites and think that you know who people are. It's a part of our system that's very ugly, but it's a price that we pay to have the honor of representing this city. I don't like it, but it is your right to have whatever opinion about us you wish to have. What I will not stand for is when we do it to each other. Before I end my time, I want to address one last thing that has really set on my heart since last week, and I heard it mentioned again this week. Mental health is an issue that I am all too familiar with and have been personally impacted by. There is no doubt that housing insecurity takes an enormous emotional toll on people. As someone who grew up financially unstable in a household with a single mother, whose situation became even worse whenever she became permanently disabled when I was 14 years old, I understand firsthand the stress, the depression, the desperation that come from living paycheck to paycheck, being just one event away from ruin. That's my lived experience. For the families and the friends who have lost those due to suicide because housing instability was a factor, I hear you, I see you, I am sorry for your loss. I promise to commit to continuing to put all of my effort to further do my part in making this a city that is choosing solutions and thinking outside the box to increase housing availability and sustainability. Regardless of what people may say here today, we cannot allow revisionist history to tell a story that is not accurate. As a city, we are a leader in this space, and I recognize it is not enough, and we will continue to work on this issue. I encourage all of my council members to push harder than they ever have before. Continue to bring about creative ideas and stop villainizing each other and work together to make change. I look forward to future conversations, and I would ask respectfully for a friendly amendment to the motion to actually refer this to a committee of the whole so that our entire city can be represented in a conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Montanari.
Thank you. I wasn't sure if Councilmember Fig Sanders wanted to respond to the friendly amendment.
You can go ahead and speak.
So we had 69 speakers today, some telling very emotional stories, and some of the comments kind of ran a wide spectrum of comments, some people taking shots at other people. I don't like that. We have big issues that our city needs to deal with. We need to think bigger. We need to be more inclusive. We're a country that has a lot of diverse opinions. We're never always going to agree. Since the founding of our republic, go back to Jefferson and Hamilton. They argued all the time and didn't agree on things. But over the course of our history, our country, we haven't been perfect, but we always strive for a more perfect union. Governing a lot of times is about process. One of my problems that I have with what has occurred with this situation is we had a new business item that came before City Council last week. And instead of talking about the new business item, we had a motion brought up that directed our city attorney to draw up a resolution on an issue, and our city attorney said that it would not be legal to do that. So our city legal team worked extremely hard this week, and I know my colleagues on city council worked hard also. I know I studied this issue all week long, and then come to the meeting today, and now that resolution that was drafted was kind of pulled off the table. Now this is brought before us, and I'm not going to support this motion. I don't believe in rent control. And I will never support rent control. I believe if the government decides that they want to put price controls on things, it creates shortages. To me, it's going to exacerbate the problem that we have, not solve the problem. So I'm not going to support this motion. I want us always to be focused on the problem in front of us and not get into a back and forth because we have disagreements. We need to solve problems. That's why I ran for office, and I know that that's why my colleagues ran for office. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. I just want to, I don't know, maybe translate some of the anger that's been spewed today, expressed today, as best as I can, because I came from organizing and being one of the people here, yelling at you all before I was elected. And I understand the need for us to work together, and I respect my colleagues, but I just am not sure that all of us here understand that when we sit up here and talk about how important it is for us to be polite and show unity, that those are values that are rooted in supporting the status quo that exists as it is right now, that has just done so much harm to working people in this city and in this country. And, you know, we can go back and talk about gentlemen like the founding fathers and, you know, their disagreements. And in America, yeah, it was founded on an idea about equal rights, but that's a promise that is never met, ever. And those same people that wrote those documents said it was okay to keep my ancestors enslaved at the same time. And so, like, these are the frustrations that are constantly bubbling up in our society. And so and I'm going to sit up here and be respectful to everybody. I agree with that as well. And I think we can disagree without being disagreeable. Also, I think it's very important, Councilmember Gabbard said, for us up here to work together, we have to. We don't have a choice. But I really just wanted to take a second and like say this is why people are so upset, though, is because we say things like that without like the context and the pain that's behind it. And I'll leave that there. One other comment I have is on the legal process. Yeah, I knew last week that it was sketchy, to say the least. And I was not surprised by anything that took place today because of that. But I know, and maybe this isn't this isn't necessarily the time when something like this would happen, but there is a time for challenging the legal process. And I just want to harken back to an example, which was one of my first experiences politically in the city, being aware of politics in the city, which was the Defend Our Democracy ordinance that we passed, that the legal department was like, we are going to be sued on this. It's not going to, they had a lot of concerns, and council passed it anyway, with the intent of defending it in the future and challenging the legal status of the way the law was written. Things like that can happen. So I just, and you know, maybe maybe it doesn't apply to this situation, but it's definitely possible. And I mean, when it comes to legal precedent and arguing in unique ways, the people who are fighting against our democracy are doing that a lot right now. They're choosing small, unique minutia in our laws and arguing them in order to take away people's rights, as fundamental of rights as voting for who can be president. And so I'm one for being reasonable, but I'm also one for recognizing the world that we're in and recognizing that when you have, people fighting so hard to take things away from us, maybe we could fight a little harder to stop that, really. And I don't think that's unreasonable. So I'll leave it there. I didn't want to really say much. I think I've said on the topic, I think I've said everything I need to say. And I hope that we get to have more conversation in the future, regardless of what happens here on it. And I'm grateful to hear some of the ideas espoused both by people supporting the motion and against the motion. There were similar ideas espoused from both sides. And I look forward to working on things like that for sure. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. First, I want to thank everyone from the city attorney's office who has spent so much time on this issue, dating back to last December when this idea was first sent to committee, discussed in the HLUT committee meeting in February, and up to where we are now. For having the mindset that protecting our city comes first, and for advising us in a way that is honest and honorable. I am very grateful for you. This morning in the Housing, Land Use, and Transportation Committee meeting, we had an update from the St. Petersburg Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, a group of experts in the industry that meet on a regular basis, and that Vice Chair Gabbard has worked with for several years now and has really given a seat at the table for our committee meetings in a way that the representative from the committee said is not something that he sees in other cities. During that segment, we went through many of the initiatives that City Council has put forward and implemented over the last few years to move the needle. And it was amazing to see just how much good we've done. And we didn't even cover everything that has been done by this body. Sensible policy, sound solutions. We also talked about the implementation of a Senate bill that and a House bill that enable us to use industrial zone lands for affordable housing when certain criteria are met. It's another tool that really opens up the ability for us to expand housing that is affordable in our city. These are the things that we're actually doing, and not a single one of them brings a lawsuit with it. So those are the kinds of things that I like working on. One of the speakers said, hey, there's no perfect idea. And it's true. There's no one solution that's going to fix everything. But we have to look at all ideas, and we have to decide when an idea is not a path that we want to go down. The challenges that come with the state statute and the path that the state laid out supposedly to lead us to rent control are still in effect, and there's no indication that any of that's going to change. All of those landmines are still there. So today hasn't changed that. And if anything, with this topic coming up in other cities and counties, it's likely to even become a narrower path in the next legislative session. Beyond that, that series of poison pills that we have to take on the way to implementing this, we have the adverse effects of rent control on the market that have been made clear with real examples of the problems that have been seen in other cities where this has been enacted. It doesn't change the fact that from now until next year, if there was going to be a special election, that every landlord in the city that is charging a reasonable rent that's below the threshold, they're going to raise it. I mean, it's just obvious that they're going to raise it so that they would be exempt. So we're just creating another landmine just by keeping this conversation going and keeping that threat out there. I really want us to spend time on tools like what we were discussing this morning. And it's really unfortunate that there weren't more people there to see what we actually are doing and what we've been doing for years. Ever since Vice Chair Gabbard and I got on city council, we both dove right into the housing issue because it was a problem then. That was 4.5 years ago. We've made some really great progress, and I sure wish once in a while we would get some credit for that. But that's kind of how this goes, right? When we focus on something that we know is going to have negative effects on our housing situation in our city, we are taking away from focusing on the other ideas, the other initiatives that actually could work. And because of the hostility that has come up from this conversation, the whole topic is just tainted and poisonous. I wish that the folks who are supportive of this would just take the time to look at some of the other things that we're doing. Engage with us on that. Help us make that a little bit closer to perfect, instead of taking us down a path that is still full of landmines, still going to get up to the point where we are looking at a class action lawsuit and will have an adverse effect on the rental market in our city. It's something that I can't support no matter what committee you send it to. We talked about this in February. If we had a committee meeting, Brett can just pull out the same presentation because nothing has changed. And it was determined at that time that this was not the right path. And meanwhile, we have so many other things that we can be working on. I'm not supportive of this approach because it has too many flaws and we have too many other things that we could be working on. So I'm going to be voting no. Would the administration like to speak at all?
Thank you, Chair. Based on the fact that the resolution has been pulled off the table, I don't think it's really necessary for me to reiterate my comments from last week or go through the mayor's memo that he delivered to City Council. yesterday. I think we've been very clear about our concerns related to rent stabilization, and we are not in favor of moving forward with an ordinance. If the motion on the committee were to pass today, we will prepare ourselves and be prepared to make comments at the committee meeting at that time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Oh. All right. All right, we have a motion and a second. Seeing that there's no further requests for discussion, will the clerk please open the machine for voting?
Jason, Adam.
Oh, yeah, it's been a while since that one. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all council members have voted, will the clerk please tally and announce the votes?
Chair, motion to refer agenda item F1 to the Youth and Family Services Committee fails with council members Driscoll, Gabbard, Curtis, Hanowitz, and Montanaro voting no. Council members Sanders, Floyd, and Luda voting yes.
Thank you. We'll go next to open forum.
I'll call two names at a time, and please give us your name and address once you arrive at the podium. Bryce Springfield, Jaden Sherman.
Madam Clerk, do you, are you still keeping track? And did you need to remind anyone of the rules?
Do you want me to reread it? You think I should read? Okay. I could. I'll read the rules. Okay. If you wish to address City Council on subjects other than public hearing or quasi-judicial items listed on the agenda, please sign up with the clerk. Only the individual wishing to speak may sign the open forum sheet. Only city residents, property owners, business owners in the city or their employees may speak. All issues discussed on the open forum must be limited to issues related to the city of St. Petersburg government. If you are speaking to an item on the agenda, you may only speak once during the open forum or when the item comes up on the agenda. In order to provide an opportunity for all citizens to address council, each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak, and after which the microphone will be muted. If you wish to address City Council through the Zoom meeting, you must use the raise hand feature button in the Zoom app or enter *9 on your phone at the time the agenda item is addressed. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and asked to state your name and address. At the conclusion of your comments, or when you reach the 3-minute time limit, you will be muted. All raised hands will be lowered after each agenda item. Regardless of the method of participation used, normal rules apply, including the 3-minute time limit on comments, the requirement that any presentation materials must be submitted in advance of the meeting, and the rules of decorum. If live public comment is disrupted by violations of the rules of decorum, the chair is authorized to accept public comment by alternate means, including by email only. Names. Let's see.
So we have the same, so Madam Clerk, we have the same rules as with the beginning open forum where you can speak now or when the item was being discussed, but not both times. All right, thank you.
Bryce Springfield and Jaden Sherman. Please give us your name and address.
Hi, my name is Bryce Springfield, address 3316 31st Avenue North, apartment 203. I mean, I'm pretty disappointed in the vote that we just had. I think that this should have gone to the people to vote on. They should have decided, the people themselves should have decided themselves if this is a process that we should or should not go down. Yeah.
Same item, it's already been addressed by City Council. You speak it on.
I'm going to a different topic.
Please get to that time.
Okay. So I'm up here to urge City Council to, we're talking about solutions for housing, permanent solutions. So I'm urging City Council to follow what people have already expressed extensively at Mayor Welch's community forums on the gas plant redevelopment. We have a really unique opportunity to redevelop 86 acres in the gas plant district of public land. Selling that out would not benefit the city in terms of resolving the housing crisis. I promise you, if that gets sold off, it will if it gets sold off to private developers, it will get gentrified as soon as any city contract runs out or earlier. What we can do is utilize that land to build city-owned social housing. Vienna, Austria already has a very strong system with 60% of their 1.8 million residents living in social housing. They've lasted a very long time. Even high-income individuals want to live there. Singapore, likewise, 80% of their residents, of their 6 million residents, live in social housing. And though not a city system, Finland has another strong national system, and it's the only country in Europe seeing declines in homelessness. So the city can maintain and expand democratic control of the Tropicana field by keeping it in public control, having tenant boards and developing cooperatives there. The city can exceed environmental and labor minimums much better than private developers. It would be the best way to fulfill the promises to the gas plant district and preserve history and culture. If we rent units to Black-owned businesses, employ local artists, and house people there. It'd be the most fiscally responsible route to keep it public for social housing and then rent it out to small businesses instead of subsidizing private developers. So I'm asking you to please hear our pleads. St. Pete is not for sale. Keep the gas plant district 100% public, build city-owned social housing there. Thank you.
All right, Jaden Sherman, 5619 Oak Grove Court. So I had notes prepared. They are basically useless now, so I'll just echo what the previous speaker said. If the city wants to fix this issue, they can. So if rent control isn't the way that you want to, you could create socialized housing on public property. Some of the landlords expressed concern that they may lose money if rent control is implemented. And if that's the case, there's a simple solution: sell your properties to the city, allow them to create socialized housing on that land. And now you have money to retire with. So I don't have much more to say. I'll keep it very brief, but that's the way that you build a better future for this city. And that is what you should do. I yield my time.
Madam Chair, we have 4 remaining speakers and they've all had their opportunity to speak on the rent control and the.
They may, if they are speaking on a different topic that's related to other city business, then.
Okay, Mr. Edmond, you've got down rent control and you had your opportunity to speak.
Oh.
I'll call the remaining 4 and they all have housing next to their comments. James Tamarco. Nick Carey.
Okay.
Please give us your name and address for the record.
Hi again. I'm James Trimarco of 809 18th Avenue North. And I'm going to echo what Bryce said, but I'm going to talk a little bit about some social housing that's happening in the US. Those of us who advocate for this, we often do talk about Vienna because they have the biggest and oldest program and an incredibly successful program that, housing researchers have shown how that their housing prices do not go up and down in a crazy way with the market. They stay remarkably stable, even through the 2008 to 2011 financial crash. But there is social housing being built in the DC suburbs in a place called Montgomery County. I spoke with the real estate agent who designed the program. They have about 800 units that are about to come online. They built it to remarkably high environmental standards. They have a lot of volume. They're putting in hundreds of affordable units, and they are maintaining city ownership, at least a majority share in each one of these buildings. So if the property value is going to increase by tens of millions of dollars, the city takes and keeps that gain in value instead of giving it to a developer who is going to pass it to their shareholders and owners. It's kind of a no-brainer. It's, I think, a really good solution to us. And it's an especially good solution to us because we have these 86 acres. There are a lot of towns in Florida that have seen the rent go up that really don't have an answer. They may not ever find a solution. Here, we have one chance with 86 acres downtown land that can be connected to transportation. People can walk to work. It can make this a fantastic city. And I just want to urge you, do not sell this land to a private developer. Keep this land owned by the city. Keep control over the labor standards, the environmental standards, the affordability standards. And I think that's what we got to do the right thing by the residents of the city.
William Kilgore and Jay James. Please give us your name and address for the record.
Everybody, William Kilgore with the St. Petersburg Tenants Union, reside in the Ponce de Leon neighborhood. So yeah, what just happened, whatever, I won't say the RC word, I'll stay on another topic, a related topic. But I mean, I can't believe what I just witnessed. 4 hours, public testimony. You. Brandy had to leave the room, but you all voted no. We're hearing 4 hours of your constituents coming to you, telling you this stuff. And you all think that this is a prudent decision or a good decision because these guys fund your campaigns? I'll tell the two folks who are up for re-election, you're going to be in some big trouble.
You're not. You got to get off this topic.
Oh, what? Okay, what, the rent control? Well, yeah, I'll move on. I'll move on to the corporate influence on this council. Because I think it's really in folks talking about divisiveness and things like that. Divisiveness. This is creating the divisiveness. We are not the reason that people are divided. We're divided because the landlords are waging a class war on us. They are making people homeless, and we are pissed off and upset. That's where the division is coming from. That's the division. And it can't be denied, and we can't just sit around and say kumbaya and do this anymore. We can't do this anymore. And by continuing to take these steps and continuing to just look over, I'm thinking of the tenant bill of rights that we just went on the county level here. And that they had, so in the St. Pete Tenant Bill of Rights, the Bay Area Apartment Association put in all these loopholes into that thing. And then the county staff looked it over and they found that these loopholes were complete BS. It was complete BS with the insurance costs and all this other stuff they wrote in. And you just had a voucher holder here today speaking with you, and about losing her voucher. Look, this is the kind of thing. It's like we're bringing stuff, even the most basic kind of stuff, the most basic protections. Nope, if it hurts the landlords, it's going to hurt the tenants. It's going to hurt the landlords. It's going to hurt the tenants. That's just not true. I mean, that's just not it. What's good for them is not what's good for us. What's good for them is profits. What's good for us is housing. What's good for us is stable housing. What's good for us is not being homeless. What's good for us is not having to live out on the streets in our cars. And what's good for them is being able to continue to gouge people and continue to displace people, and they don't care. And the city council, is not doing enough. They have not been doing enough. This is disgraceful. I'm telling you all, you are setting yourselves up for some hell to pay. You are setting yourselves up for hell to pay. Thank you.
Jay James, lifelong resident of this city, South St. Pete, third generation native, fourth generation resident, seventh generation Floridian. My people was enslaved in Florida. So to hear some of y'all praise our founding fathers, the very same founding fathers who enslaved some of my ancestors, Montanari, y'all need to recognize the actual history of this country. And also the founding fathers fought a war to talk about the decorum. They literally fought a war to have their rights. But it was supposed to be decorum when we're trying to save our lives. Disagreeable. Of course I'm going to be disagreeable when my life is at stake. I implore this city to fulfill the promise y'all made to my elders and my ancestors when y'all stole the gas plant district from them. Y'all destroyed a whole public housing district, Laurel Park, I think it was called Laurel Park, I can't remember right now. Y'all destroyed homeowners and property owners, y'all destroyed affordable housing that was there and gave us, sold us a bill of rights that y'all was gonna build affordable housing, but what did we get? A baseball stadium that was subpar from the time it was built. I implore you all to build social housing on this land and fulfill the promise you made to my mother, to my grandmother, to my deceased ancestors. And to recognize the actual history of this land. We are standing on Tocobaga land. People who were disappeared when colonizers came over. And then we have people here talking about property ownership. You're owning stolen land. Talk about profit. My ancestors were property too. So when they got free, I guess the government took away your property then too, huh? This is really infuriating. And to also, don't talk down to us. To say that we haven't been working on it, working with y'all on issues, on the stuff that y'all already have been doing. When you know, some of y'all, we know some of y'all personally. So to say that, it's really hurtful. I've been personally active in this city for what is this? Since my 20s. I'm about to be 39 in less than a month on August 31st. I've been active in this city since my 20s working on issues in this city with some of the same people that's on here. So it's hurtful when you say we aren't working with y'all.
Madam Chair, the final speaker is Diaz Farrow. Please state your name and address for the record.
Diaz Farrell, 833 22nd Street South. Okay, so I know this is like coming to a close, but if rent control isn't viable, then I would propose that we all give a solution that is. So if we can't go with A, what would be our B? What would be our C? All I'm hearing is, oh, we have other things to work on. We have better things to work on. We don't have time for this. What are those things? Can we at least know what those things are? So if we want to give our time to that, we're also able to, or are those just, we're using that as a filler word, it's none of our business, it's private, not our business. But if there's other things that are topping the priority of rent control, then I do believe everyone in this room has a right to know what that is. And so maybe we can tackle the problem starting from the worst and working our way down to rent control. I know that's not useful language, but if you're going to give us this space and this opportunity, then I would recommend and propose giving us the opportunity to work for something that works. Stop telling us no. Give us something to work with. Stop pushing us away. We're tired. We're broken. We're poor. We don't really know what we can do at this point because talking to y'all is not viable either. So we're looking to you to come up with solutions to help us as the city, but also listen to us and listen to our input while making those decisions. And please do not, one person isn't going to make a change, but if I had any say in it, I wouldn't give the trop I wouldn't sell the trop out. I would give it back to the people who had it before. The trop never belonged to the Rays. It was a Black community that was forced out for developmental reasons. And I think a lot of those remnants are still viable and visible in our society today. I think there's a very visible line of segregation and gentrification in St. Petersburg. And for y'all to turn a blind eye to it and say, oh, that's not happening. Oh, this isn't true. Well, if that wasn't true, then why would the worst elementary schools be in a 5-mile radius of the trop, which is also within a 5-mile radius of downtown? It just doesn't make sense. This is going back to the point that I brought up earlier. There's no reason for us to have horrible, horrible, horrible schools in this area. If people are paying so much money to live here, what are they paying for? If it's not going to the education, if it's not going to the people in the city who work for it to make it what it is today, the reason people want to move here is because of the people who lived here to make it what it is today. St. Pete is not St. Pete anymore. And you can't look at me with a straight face and say that it hasn't changed or it's changed for the better. The better of who? The better of the people that live here? because the people that live here have all had the exact opposite to say.
All right, we'll close open forum and go to announcements. Does anyone have an announcement? Councilmember Montanari.
I wanted to welcome Chan back to work
Yes.
after a long absence and a lot of prayers. Good to see you back here, Chan.
Good to be back.
Yeah, great to see you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I want to send out a special thank you to our Chief Holloway and our police department for ensuring that we have had the space for democracy here, and that they ensured that that recent events were carried out safely and within the law. We appreciate everything that they do.